All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Stephanie Fisher with the Education Department at MBA. Delighted to have you. I wish you were here in person with me. I'm in this training room by myself. But you probably heard us discussing virtual options. Our training for the month of September is virtual only, and then October 1 we switch to a hybrid. So I'd love to welcome you for any additional training that you need. In person or remotely, whatever is more convenient for you. So just a couple of housekeeping things real quick. You notice that we are recording, so I will send you that link shortly after this. If you have to step away or anything, you could revisit that. We want to make this as interactive as possible, so please make sure that you're asking questions either verbally or in the chat, however way is comfortable for you. I think that's about it for me, housekeeping wise. So I'd like to welcome our presenter this morning, Richard Ham. He is a longtime friend of MBA. We go back, we are one of the co-sponsoring states and original founders of the Graduate School of Banking in Madison. And Richard Ham is a longtime instructor, and he'll probably go into how many years that is among other schools. But Richard has been training bankers for over 29 years, designing and delivering courses specializing in commercial lending and credit, including portfolio and risk management, CRE and appraisals, plus selling and negotiating skills and director training. His clients include national associations like ourselves, or we're a state-based, national Risk Management Association, ABA, regional banking schools such as GSB in Colorado, Memphis, Madison, and the Southwestern Graduate School of Banking in Dallas. And then also trains for individual banks as well. Richard is based in Huntsville, Alabama, and has owned and operated Advantage Consulting and Training for over 15 years after his long successful banking career, which included senior positions in lending and credit, plus president of a community bank. And he is a proud graduate of the University of Alabama. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephanie. And it'd be great if I could be there in the classroom in Michigan. I miss trips to some of the states that I work with. Still, some of the banking schools are somewhat making it either hybrid or other formats, but glad to be with you this morning via Zoom. So what are we going to do? Where are we going today? You've got, and Stephanie mentioned she's distributed the second part of your handout. It became a little bit large. That was one of the reasons to break it into two. And the first handout will probably dominate most of the morning, okay, as we go. And it's heavy on, and get your coffee because there's just no way to make this stuff exciting. It's heavy on the various regulations we have to deal with when it comes to appraisals. It all starts with the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act. You'll see that all spelled out for you in a later slide. And 14 things Congress wanted banks to change or begin doing differently when it comes to appraisals, commercial and residential. It ended up being 5 minimum standards. Once our federal regulators got hold of all of this, and it also invites us to have multiple levels of review, which is probably, for my money, the biggest difference or the biggest thing our industry really hasn't strongly embraced. And then we'll look at just this whole idea of reviewing the appraisal. What are the outcomes? Your option, and then briefly go over your options for anything other than a full new appraisal. Another, not maybe as actively used as perhaps could be used, is validating existing appraisals. Many of you are well schooled in doing your evaluations. And then we'll look at this moving into the afternoon in the second part of our program, look at the major components. The ownership interest, what's the difference between fee simple and a leased fee interest? That's the two you deal with the most. Assumptions and limiting conditions. It's really interesting. I like to say it this way. Many times when bankers have an appraisal that they feel like they disagree enough with the resulting number, the conclusion of the appraisal, that they go picking for, why is this appraisal different than what we were expecting? And it's interesting. I like to invoke a famous movie. You've got the famous movie Casablanca, and near the end of that movie, a crime happens. I'm not going to spoil the movie for you, but a crime happens. The policemen all show up, and the police chief tells the policemen, go round up the usual suspects. So I want you to think this morning, what are your usual suspects when you have an appraisal result that's different than what you were expecting? And you're probably looking at comps. You're probably looking on the commercial side, maybe at a cap rate. We tend to go to the numbers. What's interesting, the more I've been in this for more years than Stephanie and I want to admit, the more I've been in this, and I've worked with appraisals too, more than my share of appraisals, it seems to me that it's the not usual suspects that oftentimes steer an appraisal to a direction we weren't expecting. And as resident here, I'll have an example for you later when we get to this section on assumptions and limiting conditions. And it actually tracks back to the ownership interests itself. Sometimes these things that are not the places we focus our attention as bankers, these are the things that steer the appraiser to a different result, or a result we really weren't expecting, or dramatically different from what we were expecting. Same goes for highest and best use. I had an appraiser one time tell me, this was early in my career, Richard, the whole appraisal starts with highest and best use. That's where it all begins. And I'm thinking, I hardly ever look at that, because isn't it true? Usually your customer is doing whatever the highest and best use is. It's what makes sense in most cases. So this theme of the not usual suspects, round up all the usual suspects. Well, let's go talk about some of the not usual suspects. But now we get to what are the usual suspects that we attack and go look at, and that's the approaches to value, your income approach to value, the comparables, the sales approach, and then the cost approach. So just Richard's turn at logistics. I like to use abbreviations where I can. It makes the slides less crowded, gives you a little more blue space, not really white space. It'll be white space in your handout. If I don't define something, or Stephanie said it well, you may have gotten distracted or stepped away for a minute. If I use some sort of abbreviation or alphabet soup that you don't understand, please actively use the Zoom chat. The chat may be the easiest thing to do since this is being recorded, but if you prefer to unmute and ask a question, that'd be great too. You're welcome to do that. You've got the booklet in two parts. Within the booklet, there are a number of charts and things that I just call takeaways. And it's something I've always done in these types of programs, is give you some tools to work with. You can play with them, edit them, do with them what you want. Maybe they can help you add some things or modify the tools you're already using. More in the second part, the part 2 handout, than the part 1 handout. Some light duty note taking. So most of you have figured out by now, you might, so many bankers tell me they've got multiple screens at their workplace. So you've probably got the PDF loaded, but if you've got a way to take notes on the PDF itself, that's awesome. If not, maybe you've printed it out the old-fashioned way, or you've got a notepad handy to take some notes. There will be some light-duty note-taking along the way. And then we're roughly trying to go 9 to 3. My plans take short breaks at the top of roughly every hour, wherever. It'll be more where there's a convenient spot to break for about 5, maybe sometimes 10 minutes. Close to noon, we will attempt to take at least a 45-minute lunch break so you can recharge, and then we'll get back at it this afternoon for another couple of hours, roughly between 1 and 3. And if we cut lunch just a little bit short, maybe we can get a little bit ahead of 3, unless that bothers you, and most people it won't. So there's me again. You already see me on the screen, and Stephanie's mentioned everything. Let me reemphasize GSB Wisconsin, and I was fortunate, if you heard some of the chat before class started, to have been working with their virtual programs for a number of years. Really, before we knew to call them virtual, it's the GSB's online seminar series. So glad to be with you. Spent more than my share of years as a lender, mostly on the commercial side, but I've had in my leadership roles tremendous exposure to the residential mortgage machine that we have in this country, how that works, how those appraisals work too. So we're going to look at both commercial and residential appraisals today, big time. So here we go. And clear out. I'll try my best to periodically watch chat. If Stephanie sees something in chat, she can interrupt me. You guys, please let us know what you need. So let's roll into everything. It all starts with the regulatory position we're in. When I talk to people that are not bankers, and they ask me questions about the appraisal process, I have to remind them very quickly that this has been an area of focus by our regulators and Congress, even to where we have to have a level of independence, mostly meaning that the actual lender you are working with, in most cases, unless it's a very, very small bank, is really not in charge of this appraisal thing. And appraisal is important. It gives us the value of our collateral. So where are we right now? And it is a little bit confusing. And in the 70-page version of our latest set of guidelines that were issued in December of 2010, that document itself replaced or rescinded the previous set of guidelines from 1994, an interagency statement that came out in 2003. Now, it didn't really have anything new in it, but it was the way I like to describe this document. It's the inevitable exasperated parent, which I know I was with one of my children all those years ago. The exasperated parent in a public place, and the child is misbehaving, and the parent inevitably says, "I mean it this time. I mean it this time." And that was, to me, the tone of the 2003 interagency statement. Admittedly, I think our industry is a little bit slow in implementing the 1994 guidelines, but here's the problem. Unlike just about anything else we deal with on the compliance side of banking, this set of guidelines were guidelines. They really aren't. I should probably cross out the word regulations at the top of this slide. They're really not regulations. They're guidelines, and there was no, let me repeat this, there was no set implementation date. How much you implemented was up to you and your primary regulator, your bank and your primary regulator. So no surprise, our regulators had to sort of remind us, hey, this is out there, this is serious. Not enough banks are embracing this. That's not exactly what they said, but what they said was more like, we mean it this time. In 2006, I got a chart this afternoon. The Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice changed some definitions, and our regulators endorsed them. But what you see is, and maybe the most confusing part of this whole appraisal thing, is that we've never had just one document telling us what to do. We've always had multiple documents. That's been ever since this started. Ever since, well, FIREA originally was one document, but then it led to multiple documents along the way. What the 2010 regulations left in place was two sets of frequently asked questions. The second set we'll focus on for the most part today. Now we have the new interagency appraisals and valuation guidelines, and then until Congress does something different, FIREA stays in place. And notice that FIREA has 11 sections or more. I haven't looked at it in years. Passed way back in 1989. So why on earth did Congress take action in 1989 about appraisals? And for many of you, this is, this is not part of your history. And I was actually a lender during this time. And I'm here to tell you, we had a real estate downturn that, and just about any number you can concoct and look at, was very, very close to the severity of what we went through in 2008 and 2009 and 2010. It was a very bad real estate downturn. The big difference to me, in my recollection of it, is that we did not have a serious full-blown economic recession at the same time. There was a mild recession, but not near anything what our economy went through in 2008 and 2009 and 2010. Think about, pay attention to this word. You'll see it in an upcoming slide, or this thing, Title 11. You sometimes see in a regulatory discussion, they'll throw about appraisals, the regulator will throw out Title 11. And that's what they're talking about. They're talking about this one section of the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act. That's hard to say real fast on a Monday morning. That's the section that dealt with appraisals. You sometimes, in a regulatory comment directed at your bank post-exam, post a safety and soundness exam or a compliance exam, they'll talk about appraisals and they'll say something as a matter of law, as a matter of law. And the law they're talking about, and you see the word also on my slide, is FIREA. So sometimes, our regulators are indirectly tying us back to FIREA. Okay, that's where it all started. Long, long time ago for most of you, in a galaxy far, far away. So we've had some changes since then. The original minimum that required appraisals was $250,000, and it stayed for a long time. And finally, in September of 2017, there was a proposal to raise both commercial and residential, just across the board, $400,000. As usual, these types of pronouncements have a comment period for bankers and others to weigh in on what's happening. A lot of the comments were, hey, it ought to be higher. I remember being at a conference in February of 2018, a conference that had multiple regulators in a panel later in the week, and I was not going to be there for the panel. I left a question behind. Hey, where'd this thing go from September? And this panel was in the middle of February, and the answer that the group got, and it was relayed to me, was, stay tuned. We're close. We're considering a higher number. And stay tuned was about a month and a half later. They raised commercial to $500,000, didn't do anything to residential, which was a little curious because certainly house prices, irrespective of the crazy things that are happening right now, house prices had gone up a good bit. So leads me to, something that really pervades all that we're going to do today. And it's a huge question I've had for years, and I've never had a good answer until recently, till I found what you see on this slide. The question is, Richard, when we talk about appraisals and look at these guidelines, they seem to be almost totally involved in commercial. And I agree. And I've never had a real good definitive answer until I saw this thing from another agency. Okay, some more alphabet soup on a Monday morning. The Federal Financial Institutions, FFIEC, Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council. It's a coordinating body amongst our federal regulators. And your bank's dealing with at least one of those federal regulators, whether it's the OCC, the FDIC, the Federal Reserve, or somebody. So look what they say. We have, is that 4? Let's see, 3 on the first line, 2 on the third line. There's at least 5 groups involved on the residential side, and they have their own appraisal requirements. And as many of you know, when you originate residential mortgages, you tend to follow those rules, whether you get involved with these 5 agencies or not. And look at the last part of this bullet. regardless of loan size or regardless of the house size, these 5 require an appraisal, and many banks do as well. If you're going to do the customer's residential first mortgage, a lot of banks just say, hey, we want an appraisal, period, end of quote, no arguments. Interesting. Then they say, and then you have to look at dates. This is with the $250,000 minimum. Then they say based on, and there's usually a 1 to 2 year lag on HMDA data, Home Mortgage Disclosure Act. At least 90% of residential mortgage loans are not, here you go, are not subject to Title 11. But the majority of those are subject to these 5 agencies. So what they're saying in sort of a backwards way is, yes, there's a lot of small mortgages. 90% are less than 250 back in that day and time. But the majority of those, now they don't quote a percentage, they don't say 51 or 52, but it's over 50% get caught up regardless in this world of regardless of the value of the loan. And that's about all they say. But what's interesting to me is that in an indirect way, our agencies, our banking agencies are telling Congress through the FFIEC that we have, I'm putting words in their mouth, but this is the only conclusion I think you can draw from these 2 statements. That is, our federal banking agency said, why should we throw in additional rules when there's already rules by 5 sets of players that dominate this market? And I think that makes a lot of sense. So there's not a lot of direct discussion of residential situations in these guidelines. I'll talk about home valuation, code of conduct, and some of the things that these various agencies have wanted in due time, during this morning's segment. But it just tells you when you're doing a course like we're doing today that the heavy part of it's going to be commercial, and you have figured out by now, your bank with your primary regulator, you have already figured out when you're doing something that doesn't involve these 5 agencies, you've got an idea of how you want to handle it. And that probably comes into play for the most part in your commercial portfolio where you have persons that have residential rental properties, which is probably the most active area where these rules don't tend to apply. So maybe not to complicate things, but we do have some important things that were mentioned to us in a more recent set of frequently asked questions that came out late in 2018. And you've got a copy in your booklet, and I'm not sure if those page numbers are correct. I'm flipping in my book. I hope they are. They may be slightly off because I added a few things here and there as we were putting this together. Instead of 39 to 52, it looks like, I've got bad light here in this. It's actually pages 40. It starts at page, looks like 48. So I'm off on the page numbers here. So let me make that correction on the slide. It starts on page 48. Let me just leave it at that. And I believe the frequently asked questions go to the end of your booklet, which should be, you've got some bio information on me on page 65. So it should get you to page 64 if I can get that on the screen. So these frequently asked questions superseded or took the place of, supersede means take the place of, at least according to the dictionary. Doesn't really say replace or rescinded. It's this little bit different wording, takes the place of. So I guess the old FAQs are gone, the 2 sets of FAQs. So you think, oh, great. So we've taken Richard's concept of we have multiple things telling us what we need to do. and we've cut it back some. Oh, but wait a minute. Early in the document, they say we're now we're at the same time while we're getting rid of two older sets of FAQs. 2010 guidelines still in place, Title 11 still in place. We're now heavily emphasizing what they called exact wording, the real estate lending standards, which have been around for years. There's the OCC 12 CFR, there's the Fed 12 CFR, there's the FDIC Part 365, Subpart A, Appendix A. Pick your poison, whichever agency you deal with the most. And then you've got this March 2016 Interagency Advisory. And I did at the last minute in putting this together, I did take that out of your book. The booklet was getting long, so it's not in your booklet, but it is easily available at any of these agencies. So I apologize with all the changes, but just trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work in a booklet sometimes is a work in progress up until game time. It's sort of, you hear in all these, whether in any sport, it's a game time decision. So we've got the March 2016 Interagency Advisory on evaluations. Here's my thought for these things. I've looked at them, I've read them. I'm intimately familiar with the 2010 guidelines. Maybe I don't read well, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not really sure what is being said in these documents down here that's not already in the 2010 guidelines. Maybe the agencies feel like having a separate document totally focused on evaluations is easier instead of having to pick the evaluation sections out of the bigger 2010 set of guidelines. I don't know, but I'm not seeing anything in what I circled in the bottom half of this slide that's really unique or different from what's already in our guidelines. The real estate lending standards, in fact, are a little bit broader. And when the real estate lending standards talk about appraisals, it's pieces. It's not the entire 2010. So again, take it for what it's worth. You know, really just about everything you need is in the 2010 guidelines. These documents at the bottom of the slide sometimes are mentioned. As in the written report after a bank exam, they'll say you're not following 12 CFR Part 365 or something like that. What you've got to know is that really tracks usually ultimately back to the 2010 guidelines. So let's get back to the amounts. So you remember that commercial went up to $500,000, residential stayed at $250,000. Apparently, regulators got some comments from bankers. Hey, how come you didn't raise residential? So in 2018, after the FAQs, they proposed raising the residential 60-day comment period. Increased it. Took a while after the 60-day comment period. Almost a year later, finally raised the residential to $400,000. Seems like $500,000 would have been really easy, and everybody worked from the same numbers. The decision was made to go to $400,000, and that's a FIL is Financial Institutions Letter, which introduced this. Was issued to banks, and then this is something new that starting last year. That our regulators, they made it sound like they waited as long as they could, and they felt like they had one more item when it comes to appraisals on their list of to-dos, their to-do list from the Dodd-Frank law that was passed after the 2008-2009 downturn. And that was to, in certain situations, require banks as needed, you'll see it in just a moment, to do more screening for USPAP compliance rather than relying on the appraiser, which they typically do. They sign off and certify to you that they have followed USPAP. We're now supposed to double check. We double check third-party vendors. We double check everybody that we use. We're now having to double check our appraisers a good bit more. So here's in the Federal Register version of the increase, action recommended that agencies encourage regulated institutions to review their policies and procedures around all these appraisals to, as needed, look at the very end, subject these appraisals for appropriate review for USPAP compliance. I mean, that's new. Something very important coming up, okay? Review should help ensure that the appraisal has the information that the bank needs to engage in the transaction. I want to focus on this comment for just a moment. I do peer groups in some states with senior lenders, chief credit officers, and it's interesting in one of those meetings, and it's in a hybrid comment has come up a number of times. It's frustrating that our bank does these appraisal reviews for compliance and all that. And when I can't just pick up a review and then see the things I want to see in the appraisal just outlined for me. I still have to look at the appraisal to get the information I need to make. Let me invoke. It takes a couple clicks. Be patient. You know, I still have to go look for things or ask questions because I'm trying to approve a transaction. And so I show you this from the Federal Register. I think our banking regulators see it too, is that we do all this appraisal review, and is it still, once the review is done, is it putting on a silver platter for whoever needs to now work from the appraisal? Does it go ahead and tell them some key things from the appraisal that they need in order to do their transaction? Versus your lenders having to go back into the appraisal and look for the things they want. So I've begun encouraging banks that if you're looking at all at your review process, keep this in mind. Maybe add a question or two or a fill in the blank or two to extract the information that the decision makers need from that appraisal while you're going to the trouble of reviewing the thing. Why don't we do both? It would seem to make sense. Keep that in mind. I hope I give you some constructive suggestions today on this process. And it's all about is the valuation process. The key word in that last bullet point is reasonable, appropriate, and well supported. And those words echo very closely USPAP Standard 3. That will be a major discussion item for us a little bit later in this as we talk about the review process. Briefly, and once again, page numbers are a hazard these days. I hope I got the page numbers right, and I think I did on this. You may still see here and there, they're not as common. COVID statements, they were a big thing last year. COVID-19 statements. And on page 6, you don't have this slide. You have the text I wanted you to see. The first item you see on page 6, it's at the top of the page, there's a line below it, is a COVID statement that a residential appraiser that I know very well in my market said, Richard, I think I need to do a COVID statement. And we developed one similar to one they had seen in an appraisal. And so you've got that one at the top of page 6. We used some of the language that was at that time on the Appraisal Institute's website. The Appraisal Institute's website had their whole main homepage was all about COVID last year. And it's not a disclaimer or anything. Then below that first line that you see, sort of the middle of the page, immediately on top of the middle of the page, is a major appraisal management company that this appraiser worked for sent out wording that this appraisal management company said needed to be in the appraisals. Then the third example on that page is the appraiser I was working with, former partner, another well-respected appraiser, had come up with a COVID statement, and that was shared with me. And also, we're kind of all three working together on COVID statement, because this other appraiser statement did sound like a disclaimer, which the Appraisal Institute said you shouldn't do. So it just brought up the whole issue of what uncertainty did COVID throw on housing prices, and it's still happening because the Delta variants popped up in different sections of the country. The Appraisal Institute said it should not. This whole thing with COVID should not be a limiting condition, an extraordinary assumption, or a disclaimer. Now, some of you are saying, "Well, Richard, I'm taking this class because I need to learn about appraisals. I don't know what a limiting condition or an extraordinary assumption is." We'll get there, okay? It'll likely be this afternoon. But what may be helpful to you is two things. The Appraisal Institute has what are called guide notes on their website, easy to find, okay? Now, the Appraisal Institute information spills over onto page 7 of your Part 1 handout. And right above the line, you've got the titles and names of these two guide notes that are very, very helpful. Guide note 10 has to deal with appraising in the aftermath of a disaster. It's not COVID specific, but COVID was declared a natural disaster. So think hurricane, think flood, think all these extreme events, which actually statistically and dollar damage wise are not, most of the categories of these storms and things are not quite as catastrophic as the media has you believe, because we're inundated with pictures now when we used to not be inundated with pictures. But they're very real, okay? I'm not saying that. It's just, I think the intensity of all of this is being a little bit overshot. And believe me, I live at ground zero for tornadoes and hurricanes, okay? So guide note 10, appraising after a natural disaster, it's still in effect. And then number 12, guide note 12, is analyzing market trends, which I think is very relevant in today's environment, where we have, in many markets, it may not be all the markets in Michigan, but I'm sure plenty of your markets are showing the same things we're seeing around the country with some crazy house prices. And along the way, just to sort of prompt you ways you can begin if you're new to all this, or even if you've been doing appraisal reviews for several years, I always have people come to my classes that say, "Hey, I've been doing this for a while. I just want to see what's new." Well, here's what's new. You better start learning about USPAP. And so I gave you some excerpts from an article from Working RE magazine, RE for real estate, which is an online publication, and it's great to be on their email list. Just go there, download an article or something, give them your email address. You'll be glad you did. It's focused on appraisers, and it's just an interesting way, along with the Appraisal Institute, their website, sort of keep up with the world of appraisers. But they run articles periodically about USPAP. The most recent set of USPAP used to go through annual changes, and now it's like an every 2-year cycle. So the latest set of changes for the 2020-2021 cycle are outlined for you there, and you can read that on your own. So some things, sort of the cutting edge things that are happening. So much of what we do in appraisals is kind of old, but this is perhaps one of the I guess a revolving door is a good description of this job category for most banks. It tends to be something where you almost always have somebody fairly new to the process, and hopefully these things will help you. Hopefully some of this we'll be talking more about USPAP, but can help you develop what you need on that end. So I get questions because FIREA is so old, goes way back to 1989. I get questions. Well, what are these I hear references to the 14 points of FIREA, and it's hard. They're not that easy to find even with a good search. So here you go. Here's takeaway number one. This is what Congress originally told us, that when this becomes implemented by your federal regulators, the appraisal is going to have to conform to USPAP. It's going to have to tell you how the appraiser met what are some fairly rigorous competency provisions in the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. You have the federal definition of market value. It's longer. These are just main bullet points. Prudent buyer and seller. Conditions for a fair sale. Competitive and open market. The basic pieces. It's a longer definition, but this is the federal definition of market value. No undue stimuli. I love that one. Written report sufficiently descriptive to enable the reader to figure out the estimated value and the rationale. Got to have there's a look back provision. If it's income producing, which is probably the largest amount most of you deal with. Some of you may be dealing more just with straight residential. That's not income producing. It's not being rented. But if it's a rental property, it's got to analyze the rental income and the expenses. What are vacancy rates? What's the days on market or a typical marketing period, which is obviously in many markets very different right now. To the extent you're selling pieces or things over time, what's the absorption rate? How many per month? How many per quarter? How many per week? Are you dealing with construction? To be constructed or to be completed properties, or properties that are completed that aren't fully leased yet, or leased at other than market rates. If you want to take a note, leased at other than market rates, let's look at fee simple and leased fee later this afternoon. The ownership interests are later today. USPAP certification, that you didn't twist the appraiser's arm or promise them tickets to, what is it, Detroit and Green Bay tonight. It may, I don't even know where they're playing. It may be over in Green Bay, so it wouldn't do anybody any good, would it? Contains sufficient supporting documentation so that I can figure out what you were telling me, your logic, and helps me. The whole goal of this whole review process isn't really, do I agree with the number they got, but is the number close enough? We forget that sometimes. Helps to have a legal description, that makes sense. Here's a difficult one that I have to spend a moment on. And the tricky phrase is personal property. If you're not familiar with how loan documents work, maybe you haven't worked with that yet in your bank. We have an interesting world of how assets that we take as collateral are classified. You have assets that are real estate, and every state has separate real estate laws, real estate and fixtures, okay? Everything else that is not real estate, or let's say 99% of everything else that's not real estate, is dealt with in something called the Uniform Commercial Code, or the UCC, which is also state by state, but different from real estate. There's a coordinating group, a national committee of attorneys that recommend periodically changes and things to the Uniform Commercial Code that most states adopt. And the Uniform Commercial Code is very similar from state to state. Whereas these real estate laws are, there's no overarching coordinating to make them, the real estate laws, similar. The UCC has a phrase for anything that is not real estate. It's called personal property. You've got real property, real estate. You've got real property under the Uniform Commercial Code, which defers to your state laws. You've got real property, and then everything else is personal property. Business assets, business inventory, business equipment is under this broad category of personal property. And unless that's been explained to you, that is really confusing in FIREA to throw out this phrase, personal property. So personal property is business equipment, business inventory. It's hard to appraise, or it's hard to make a loan on a hotel or a convenience store because there's lots of assets that aren't real estate involved, right? So, excuse me, maybe that'll help you a little bit. And then you don't necessarily have to use all three approaches to value. You're just, the appraiser is supposed to use the approaches to value that make sense. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the usual suspects later in the program. All right. So our regulators get hold of FIREA Title 11, these 14 points of FIREA. When they start writing regulations, boiled everything down to 5 minimum standards. The other 9 didn't go away. It's just, here's the main things that led off our first set of guidelines in 1994. And I'll point out some embellishments that we've gotten in the 2010 guidelines. So conforms to USPAP unless sound lending requires stricter standards. For example, USPAP is not quite as tight on a conflict of interest, and banks sometimes are. That's one of the easiest examples, and there's others. I think of an appraiser back when I was a lender all those years ago that owned real estate, leased real estate, was a leasing agent for real estate, was a property manager, did everything real estate, and did appraisals too. Probably made that person a better appraiser. That person's long since passed away. I just remember issues with certain banks in our market using that appraiser, but not maybe as much as they would like to. Good appraiser, because you never knew, you know, was this appraiser about to buy a property down the street or around the corner? All the appraisers in town said that this competing appraiser was fine per USPAP. They didn't have a problem with that. Just most of them weren't as active in real estate. So you can't hide, we just can't hide behind the appraiser telling us that they conform to USPAP. As was shown to you earlier in the Federal Register slide, we've got to double check. Here's almost straight from FIREA, written report, sufficient information to support the value conclusion. Here's the embellishment from 2010 in italics. I made it a bullet point. Correct report format for transaction complexity. To me, that is a really interesting statement by our regulators. And to me, the reason this is a problem and worth a regulator mentioning is it's the same problem we have as bankers when we create loan memorandums. The loan memo you write, I hear this all the time in my programs. The loan memo that you write for a $50,000 loan is not that much different sometimes from the loan memo you write for a $10 million loan. Think about it. You cover almost all the same things, almost all the same depth. If your bank still does a loan committee of some sort, the packages start looking the same. But the transactions are very different. Our regulators push back and look at the appraisals the same way. And you know why this happens? Do you know why our loan memos begin to look the same? Do you know why our appraisals start looking the same? Yeah, the culprit is software. You've got a format you have to follow. The appraiser has a format they have to follow. And it's somewhat the same format, whether it's a hotel or apartments or a manufacturing facility. It's the same template they're using. And the risk is, just like with loan memos, bankers, we have the same problem. It all starts to look the same, and you don't really, the loan memo doesn't really dig in where it should dig in, where the risks really are. It just covers all the stuff that you're supposed to cover. And you feel that way when you look at some of these appraisals, because there's so many things they have to cover. So this one's hard, but perhaps where I can help you improve the process at your bank is demanding more when more is needed from the appraiser. And you'll see this in a later slide, I believe. And this is a truism that's been my experience working with appraisers for way too many years. If we demand better work, they'll give it to us. Think of that high school teacher or college professor that you tried to avoid having a class with. And I'm thinking of one I had in high school, a teacher I had managed to tactfully avoid till my senior year. I had to take a literature class to graduate. I finally had that teacher. And she was demanded hard work. I gave her my best work, and I probably learned some of the most I've ever learned from that teacher. But she demanded the work, and we gave it to her. And the banks that demand work will get it from their appraisers. Same thing, almost word for word from Title 11, FIREA. Market value. This is interesting because when I talked about or showed you the slide a moment ago with all the different components of market value, and then I talked about personal property and how, you've got convenience stores, hotels, lots of properties that have a lot of non-real estate assets at play. Market value is strictly the real property assets. So that's always been an issue with bankers. And I think the regulators, the way they worded this with the embellishments in italics that were added on in 2010, they said, we've never said that you can't get other values other than market value. We've always just said you have to at least get market value of just the real estate. We know that to make a hotel loan, you're going to lend on assets other than the actual bricks and mortar. You have to. We're just telling you got to have market value. So these other kinds of value, going concern, value in place, they're fine. It's just they don't replace, we got to at least have the property as it is, market value. Got to have it. And oh, by the way, if you're going to do an evaluation or anything else, or just roll forward an older appraisal, which is the validation process, you better at least cover three things, because the appraisals, an updated appraisal is going to have to cover all three. And if you're going to give us some other kind of value other than an appraisal, here's three things you got to look at. Current physical condition. How hard is it to take pictures these days? Not very hard. Current physical condition, current use. Is it still apartments? Is it still a manufacturing facility? And current zoning. Got to have them. I call them the big three. So think about it whenever you do anything else in a discussion of value. It's not a valid discussion of value. I know that sounds sort of repetitive. A valid discussion of value unless you've got these three. Then they've got to be state licensed and all that. Gotta have their credentials, but just like we can't hide behind the USPAP certification to tell us that they have complied with USPAP, we've got to double check. Just because they're licensed or certified, that may not be good enough either. We still have to be satisfied that they have the competency to do this, not USPAP competency, not state licensing competency, but what a banker needs competency. Their education and experience, more importantly, knowledge of that property type and that specific market are important. So let me emphasize one thing. We'll be taking a break here in just a moment. While I'm on a roll with all these guidelines, this is in the 2018 frequently asked questions. Very important phrase I want to leave you with as we go to break. They said, they reminded us these are guidelines, not outright regulations. And like Title 11 or matters of law when they discuss appraisals, we're going to call the 2010 Interagency guidelines. Our nickname is Valuation Guidelines. There's the reminder. No, once again, like in 1994, no deadline for implementation. What you implement, what you do not implement, depends on this statement in gold, yellow, whatever color is appearing on your screen. The complexity and nature of your real estate lending activities at your bank, other things that influence how risky we think your bank is. It's not just lending. There could be other things your bank's doing. They're a little bit risky. And your bank's business model. And you've got the FAQs. Go to page 4 of the FAQs. They're in the back of this part 1 book. This is good news, bad news that I want you to think about as we go to break. The good news is that these guidelines can be tailored to your bank's unique characteristics, whether it's employee size, asset size, your real estate lending activities, a lot of different things. That's good. I think that's our regulators are doing a very good thing here. They can customize what you do and don't do when it comes to appraisals to the unique position your bank is in. The bad side of that is that it can inadvertently create an unlevel or differentiated playing field when your bank competes against other lending organizations. Some organizations don't even have these appraisal rules. Okay. And organizations that some of the banks you compete with that are subject to these same rules, they may be doing things differently than you do. And they're okay with their regulator. This has been an interactive process ever since 1994. So I think that's what our regulators are trying to remind us, is that wherever we are between us and your bank, we've evolved there based on this. How risky we view your bank, the business model, what are your bank's plans? What's your strategic plan? And what are you doing right now when it comes to real estate? And it leads to, the bad side is it can lead to an unlevel playing field. It can lead to situations I encounter in programs where banks that think they are very similar and regulated by the same agency are doing things a little bit different. Which brings up one more area where your bank can be different from your competitors. And that is, you have, and I'll point out there's several coming, well, 1 or 2 coming up, areas where your bank policy may be stricter than these guidelines, pure and simple. So at this point, as we lead off this morning, let's take a 5-minute break. I've got right at 10 o'clock. So let's reconvene at 10:05 if we can. I'm going to type that into the screen here, and we'll come back after a brief break. So if I can type, this is hard to do on a Monday morning. Restart at 10:05. I can't even spell at. Come on, Richard. Or my keyboard's not working correctly, one or the other. There we go. Restart at 10:05. See you in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. We're at 10:05 or about to be. We're going to pick back up at page 11 of your part 1 PDF. Again, your handout is in 2 separate parts. You've got a part 1, a part 2. Stephanie with Michigan Bankers has distributed the part 2 that we'll be using either late this morning or first thing when we reconvene after lunch. Once again, we will be targeting a lunch break right at noon. So prior to the break, left off with really it's just one sentence, but is just so huge in the 2018 frequently asked questions, and that is the unique situation your bank can be in and what it does and doesn't do, who does it, the way you do it. In this whole appraisal, ordering, and reviewing set of guidelines, and we're reminded that they are guidelines. There may be parts of things I mentioned today that your bank hasn't implemented yet. Look at the bullet point that's on the screen right now. That's up to your bank and your primary regulators to what you're doing or what you're not doing. And I'll spend my time trying to suggest good things for you to do, but understand that this is, and probably for all banks, will always be a work in progress, particularly when you have things that are added to the regulations, such as remember the two words as needed, screening for USPAP compliance. Okay. So an important thing that was preserved in the 2010 guidelines was the small bank carve out, prudent minimal safeguards for smaller banks. And it really just involves that if a lender orders and reviews an appraisal, that lender or senior person, whoever they may be, cannot exercise their loan authority to outright approve the deal. They can talk about it at committee, but they can't vote at committee. They have to abstain. That's really the extent of the small rural carve out or the prudent minimal safeguards. And then again, emphasis on competency. And then another point of emphasis that I'll mention later is, I don't know how you can interpret non-preferential or unbiased process as, I mean, it just, that's a long way of saying going down a list of your approved appraisers. Apparently our regulators are not a big fan of that. I've never been a big fan of it either. How can you say you're picking the most competent person? You can't assume that everybody on your approved list is equally competent unless you just have really, really low standards. And then you can't hide behind licensing or certification credentials. And you can't hide behind the fact that they can certify that they follow USPAP. So there you have it. There's an appendix structure to the guidelines, which is very helpful. They even added an appendix based on comments when these 2010 guidelines were up for renewal. It gives the agencies a chance to add another appendix or update. Really a good starting place if you're still new to all of this is just, it's great to just start with the glossary. So one of the things they did, a subtle addition they did make to the competency provision for us, not necessarily USPAP, is this whole idea of prospective interest in properties. And in my programs that they're post the 2008 and 2009 downturn that we had in real estate, I was made aware of, and there was discussion of situations of bad appraisals where it turned out the appraiser later on ended up having a financial interest in the property. They did not at the time of the appraisal, ended up later. So it's hard to say they weren't thinking about it. So nor that I have to, and again, I'm not going to go over everything that's on every slide for you. You've got, a chance to look at these slides on your own. All of these provisions about independence, appraisers still need to have a checking account, and if they own a building or their office building, they can have a loan. So as long as you're giving them the same types of terms and conditions that you would give any other customer, that really isn't a problem here. You can exchange information with the appraiser. There's lots of situations where you have to. On the residential side, if you're using the 1004, that's something they've got to address. Even on the commercial side, if there's a contract for sale, Standards Rule 1-5 requires that they look at it. You can request that they look at additional information or comps. You can ask them to give more supporting information in a particular error. They can correct factual errors. The big thing where communication is prohibited, and I really don't see this as a big problem in our industry, it may have been initially when these guidelines came out, was influencing the process. You can't isolate the appraiser. They're generally going to have discussions with the current property owner to gain access or get certain records. That they may need to talk to the banker about certain things. most of, I mean, most of the bankers and appraisers know these guidelines well enough that I think if you allow them their professional judgment, everything's going to be fine. But an interesting comment at the bottom of the slide. It's just, boom, it's right there in our 2010 guidelines. You can't let the lenders pick the appraiser. Even if they're picking from, even if you're independent, you did the approved list. Interesting. You can go the FFIEC. They attempt to be a clearinghouse for information from different states about who is licensed, who is not, and any disciplinary actions. You probably have, I always forget to do this, and it's dangerous to do it or to try to remember to do it for a Monday class, but I haven't looked. But most of you are aware of whatever agency in the state of Michigan tracks this. And then once again, just because they're certified or licensed doesn't automatically mean they're competent. Okay. There are at least 12 different situations or types of things going on where an appraisal may not be required. In a set of videos that aren't available right now on YouTube, but they are supposedly being updated, the FDIC says there's 12. Interesting. So Appendix A of the most recent guidelines, the 2010 guidelines, has a real good set of examples on using the older 250, you know, it's now 400 and 500, using the older 250, examples of when you have multiple properties securing a larger loan and what are somewhat the ground rules for that. Another change, one of the exemptions that's always been in place is you can argue abundance of caution, which is interesting. The current definition is much tighter. The 1994 definition was somewhat looser. The 1994 definition essentially said that you've got all kinds of personal property, you know, other business assets securing the loan, and the real estate's a small piece. It's not significant, so we're arguing, you know, we don't need to appraise it. We didn't even really ask for it. The customer just gave us all their assets, and the real estate's nothing, so we're not appraising it. You can't argue that anymore. If you use that real estate and you use $2 of it, then, and if the real estate per Appendix A, the real estate you would think appraise it would be somewhere pretty close to 400 or 500. You're going to have to get it appraised, even if you're only using $2. So my first example of, I worked for one bank that had a policy, or in our loan policy, we could not, as a lender, we could not use the abundance of caution argument. And in asking that bank, they said, well, every time we've ever had an exam and a regulator has looked at a file, excuse me, and the file argued abundance of caution, we got challenged. And it's not that hard. Let's get it appraised, and we're not going to argue abundance of caution anymore. So the old definition, very little reliance on the commercial real estate or any real estate, versus the basically no reliance on the real estate value. And in the FAQs, there's a question 7 that gives a couple more examples of a loan secured by other collateral, and then an operating commercial real estate loan where you're using non-real estate cash flow as your primary underwriting features. So you can look at those if you haven't studied the 2018 FAQs, they are in your package at the end of the part 1 booklet. There's this whole other world of subsequent transactions or renewals, renewal, refinance, modification. And our agencies make a distinction between major and minor changes. Just repricing is a minor change. And for that reason, a lot of community banks use sort of an adjustable rate mortgage structure. Ground rules where you can use an evaluation, no new money or no obvious material change, which is a little bit different because the 2005 frequently asked questions have one that said you can advance somewhat significant amounts of money on an older appraisal. I've left in the last time I checked the FDIC's YouTube channel, which you may not be aware they have one, had a really good 6-part set of videos on appraisals, and video 2 did a real good job on these subsequent transactions. They took down the videos a year or two ago to update them. I've searched and searched. I have not seen an update. Maybe it came out yesterday, but I have not seen one. You've got a couple more questions in the FAQs that deal with subsequent transactions. Even one, number 10, that deals with farmland that's not rented to a non-affiliated or rented to a third party, or not rented to, excuse me, a third party. And something I haven't talked about earlier, we've got the minimum dollar amounts of 400 and 500 on the business side. A business operation where the real estate's not generating the income for the source of repayment has a higher threshold of $1 million. Example number 2. Some banks don't use that business loan exemption of 1 million. Or you would probably, in just your inside the bank discussions on this one at the bottom of this slide, you would probably talk about owner occupied. So, why review appraisals? Seems like an obvious question, right? Why review appraisals? Well, let's talk about that. Because my lending career goes back to prior to the 1994 guidelines. And I was taught we need to review our appraisals even if the lender ordered it. And it's for these reasons. And this is why we have to always double check just about any report we rely on for its accuracy, because we make mistakes. I made a mistake earlier in your page numbers, so we're not perfect. We're human beings. We make mistakes. And the problem is your appraisers aren't blessed with a lot of proofreaders. A lot of them are single person operations. They may be stretched on the competency or experience. I'm going to talk about several things today that you're going to have a hard time relating to, particularly when I mentioned it really helps to always make this a bid process. And you say, well, Richard, I only have one appraiser we can go to in our area, or there's only 2, and one of them's on vacation. What am I going to do? We do have a serious lack of supply of appraisers, just like anything else going on in the economy right now. Automobile manufacturers can't get computer chips, restaurants can't get employees, and there's many other examples. Well, this is a longer term trend. We have the demographics of our appraisers is catching up with us. Our appraisal ranks were dominated by baby boomers. They're retiring, and some have passed away. And you'll see a slide later in our program where the Appraisal Institute has 17,000 members, appraisers that are members of the Appraisal Institute, 17,000. Go back 10 years, it was 24,000. That's a huge drop off. in the numbers of appraisers that we have access to. So some of you are that's a very real issue in your whole banking process. Okay, in appraising, despite software and it's numbers heavy, on the residential side, it's so dominated by the comparables grid. There's still an art to it. It's not as scientific as we want. And an issue that comes up in many of my programs is, okay, for some unusual reason, we had a chance to appraise a property 2 times, fairly close together time-wise, 2 different appraisers. And we got 2 different answers. How can it be that way? And my answer has always been, it should be that way. If they came up with the same answer, then we've got a problem with our system. So it is an art. It's not really a science. USPAP does not say you have to have 3 comps, but the 1004 grid has space for 3 comps. Everybody thinks that's the standard. USPAP just says you need to have sufficient comps to come up with your value conclusion. And as long as banks pay appraisers, there will be pressure for appraisers to make banks happy. Most appraisers are not doing this as a nonprofit. It's how they put food on the table, and they realize they've got to ultimately help banks make loans, or banks won't use them. And I'm not saying they're doing anything unethical or anything that's not morally correct. It's just hard to pull that away even with all the independence. I've had it said this way with some local appraisers, particularly right now when you've got these unusual prices. And they're not being unethical, they're following USPAP, but they realize if I'm off right now, I'm off $1,000 or $2,000. And the contract for sale says the house has to appraise at a minimum for the contract price, or the contract's null and void. And I'm short a couple $1,000. I'm going to relook at my numbers and hit that number. Why? What good? It's not a significant change. I'm not doing anything unethical. But why cause all these problems over $1,000 or $2,000? That's this pressure, let's get business done. So I hope you want to review appraisals, not just because our regulators say to, but it makes sense to double check these third parties. What we don't do well as an industry is follow the lead, and we've been invited 3 times to do this, and that is have different levels of intensity. Most of you do the same level of review regardless of the size or riskiness of the property on your residential and on the commercial side. In my opinion, you're most of the time doing way too much review. So let's be clear what our regulators want, and I hope this will help you improve the appraisal process at your bank. We have to have an administrative review of all appraisals. It can even be a compliance, just an outright yes/no checklist. You need to have the ability to go deeper. In addition to the compliance checklist, an extra page or a separate set of pages. For the owner occupied, you've got the business loan exclusion of 1 million. You do things that you don't need to do in a compliance checklist. You test the data, check the math and the income approach. You really look more closely at the comps and adjustments. And the big win here that solves perhaps the single biggest bottleneck in this whole process is you've got one person trying to review every appraisal the same way. Once you break this apart and have a basic compliance review and then additional work, sometimes, not all the time, sometimes, you now build the layering that allows you to keep The person that used to do the compliance checklist engaged, they do a few of these technical reviews, but the bulk of the work's being done by the new person doing the compliance checklist. You build in the backup, you build in a way this process will move much more fluidly to where, see, the problem is for so many banks that I work with and that are in my programs, the appraisal process is a bottleneck and it's just a waste of time. It doesn't really contribute to the lending process. It's a necessary evil. We got to do it. Then go outside for your most complex transactions. This can even be outsourced to an appraisal management firm or a firm or a local licensed appraiser. And everything's in that regard. If you limit their review to USPAP standard 3, the price is more reasonable and the turnaround is very efficient. Where does this come from? On page 6 of the 2005 FAQs, I know they got superseded. That was the magic word. Should all appraisals undergo a compliance review? The answer was yes, prior to the final credit decision. It could be checklist or narrative. I've never seen narrative. It's always checklist. Then here's the invitation. Richard's bullet point and Richard's italics. Certain reports reviewed more closely to assess technical quality based on size, risk, etc. Certain reports, let me emphasize that, certain reports, not all reports, certain reports. And that's where I get the word technical. Certain reports review more closely to assess technical quality. That's where I got the concept of a technical review. And prior to the final credit decision, you can do a subject to. Flash forward to the 2010 guidelines. We got to address the reviewer's independence, competency, and then your policies and procedures for reviewing appraisals and evaluation should reflect a risk-focused approach for determining the depth of review. What is that also saying? You don't have to review every appraisal the same depth. Make it risk-focused. Bet you're not doing that. Have a process for resolving deficiencies. We're not telling you what that process has to be, but you have to have one. You can figure it out. You can work with your local appraisers. You probably have. It's even in the FAQs. Third time, third invitation. The depth of review should be commensurate with the risk of the transaction. Kaboom. That's even more blunt, isn't it? Valuation supporting less risky transactions can have a less intense review. Valuation supporting higher risk transactions or complex or specialized collateral should have a more complicated review, a deeper review. 3 times. The wording probably improved all 3 times, but are you doing it? And then for the first time in my awareness, and maybe it's there and I just don't remember, the FAQs were the first time I recall seeing our regulators talking about using, outsourcing this process. They know it's there. They've dealt with it. They know banks do it, but I've never seen it actively discussed in a regulatory document like the FAQs. And then they reaffirm, what a smaller institution can do. This blue bullet point is really the small rural safeguard that I mentioned earlier. But if needed, you're welcome to outsource the review process. So how do we implement this? And the key to me is to first start with dollar limits, even though that's not the only way that you determine risk. So your commercial loans, 500 plus, get that compliance checklist only. You can do the same, for your residential. Set your dollar limit to where your residential real estate secured loans at 400,000 at least get an admin review only, and about 2/3 of them get the admin review only. That leaves about 1/3 to get the technical review. I would suggest you don't encounter this quite as much in residential, but you can. Probably happens more in commercial. I'll talk about this a little bit later. Appraisals done for other institutions is a contentious item. There's lots of opinions and different ways banks are doing it. I'll give you my best overview of what I see happening. But there are, and once again, this is a third situation. I have plenty of banks tell me by policy, we do not let our lenders use an appraisal that was done for another bank. It has to be done for us. I get that. The regulations allow using, under certain conditions, an appraisal done for another bank. Okay, so I've given you now 3 examples where your loan policy might be a little stricter than what these regulations or guidelines allow. I think it would make sense to do the deeper dive, the technical review, at least a couple times every year on every appraiser on your approved list, whether the transaction requires it or not. How else can you really keep up with, do they need to be on the approved list? And I think it's a big time waster to wait to every January to go totally offline for several days and figure out who stays on the approved list. You should be constantly working that approved list, and doing these technical reviews is how you do it. And then that leaves a small percentage for most of you. Maybe it's the handful for small banks, the handful of participations you may be in that are larger dollar transactions. Your loan piece is small, but a small piece get a true third-party review by someone with more expertise than just about anybody on your whole lending staff. So this all pivots heavily on the 80-20 rule, which is basically the concept that if your bank has just 100 loans and you rank those loans largest to smallest, the top 20 of the largest loans will probably garner or grab up 80% of the dollars. And you've got the other 80 loans that are only 20% of the dollars. It's that other 80 that causes the bottleneck, causes the necessary evil, and all the slowdown that happens. You've got a lot of smaller deals that you're way over reviewing. And you've got a smaller group of deals you're not spending near enough time reviewing. Couple of examples. Really small bank, 73 million. I believe the bank was in Texas. 226 notes that would qualify for and 73 million in real estate loans. 226 notes. So the top 20 would be 45. The cumulative outstandings of those largest real estate loans, the top 45, was 71% of their portfolio. Now, this was pre the dollar change from 250 to 500. Look at the reverse on this. This is what's so important when you look at this is the power of the 80-20 rule. This bank has roughly 180 loans that were under $500,000. 45 were 71% of the portfolio. 180 were just roughly 30% of the portfolio. There's the volume. That is the part of the review process that slows you down. And we explored initially with that bank. This is pre the 500,000, the increase to 500,000. This was when the appraisal minimum on the commercial side was 250. We explored and it worked very well for them, just doing a compliance only, really brief review for loans under $500,000. And it worked just fine, but it freed up the time. And there's not as many. 1 out of 5. See, that's the power of the 80-20 rule. 1 out of 5 times we do the deeper dive, the technical review. 1 out of 5 times. And they were able, for the person who had been doing the reviews previously, they had a new person doing it. Everything was slowing down. The person that had been doing it, that was now doing other things in the bank, but was more experienced, only did 1 out of 5. It changes things, the layering of this process. Another bank, this is a community bank in Illinois. So what I have for you, and page numbers are close. Once again, well, they are correct this time. I did correct that one. Pages 19 and 20 is a good example of a commercial appraisal compliance checklist. And it's from an old RMA Journal article by an expert that offered it. It has USPAP compliance issues in it. It already has USPAP requirements at the top. So remember the as needed, add USPAP screening. This compliance checklist has USPAP screening. Those first 17 items cite the USPAP section in them that is being checked. I added one it was 16 when the new screening for USPAP came out. I added one question to the first set of 17. You've got other regulatory FIREA requirements, and then you've got additional FIREA points. So it handles the regulatory as well as the USPAP compliance. And you're probably going to say, well, Richard, where's your where's one for residential? Well, I'm gonna go over the residential rules in just a moment. I usually do split programs. I either do residential or I do commercial, and I don't always put them together like today's program. But here's the thing: in picking back through this checklist, even though I've used it for years as an idea you can use on the commercial side, I'm thinking all but maybe 1 or 2 questions are equally relevant for residential. You can draw your own conclusion, but I think you could use the bulk of this checklist as a residential tool as well. Okay. You would want to change how you track your loans, put a loan number, how, make that unique to your core, how you load your loans, and do all those things on your computer system. It does ask for a written comment or 2. It does ask, hey, don't just tell me it has highest and best use. Tell me what page it's on. That way I can double check you, because you're going to have somebody spot check these for accuracy. Or the lender can say, oh, I need to look at that. Oh, okay, it's on page 30, and they can go look at it. You can make this a contributor to the lending process other than just a necessary evil. So takeaway number 2, you've got the 14 points of FIREA. You've got a suggested idea for a checklist. On the residential side, what is different? And you've got home valuation code of conduct was probably the biggest thing that emerged after the downturn in 2008 and 2009. Technically, it's only for loans that are sold or delivered to or guaranteed by Fannie and Freddie. But as I mentioned earlier, many lending institutions follow those guidelines whether they sell the loan or not. And it has just this total independence idea. It has pushed many lenders on the residential side to actively using appraisal management companies, even though that's not really required by home valuation code of conduct. There's an older You can still find them on Fannie's website, an older set of FAQs on how to use it. Question 10 has some interesting comments that don't seem to be followed sometimes, but there's just been issues ever since this came out of the appraisal management companies pressing appraisers to reduce their fees. That way the appraisal management company can capture more of a fee. And I don't have a problem with the appraisal management company getting paid for what they do. The intent of all that was not to suppress appraiser fees, even though that has very much been happening in the industry. And local appraisers I interface with in my market on the residential side are really bothered. They're doing as many appraisals as they did before, but now they're scattered everywhere. And so they're going to outlying cities outside of or the fringes of our metro area, and then appraisers from those cities are coming into our area, and they used to not cross-pollinate that way. And so they feel like they don't know the other markets geographically as well as they know this market and some of the subtle differences in neighborhoods. And they know that the appraisers coming from other markets, the AMCs sort of work from broader geographic areas than the appraisers themselves usually cover. I guess that's what I'm getting at. And so, you know, you may question how much that helps with competency, but a number of banks have a very good experience just totally outsourcing this function. The other big thing that was this is really behind the new Uniform Residential Loan application, the URLA, the new URLA that came out and was effective January 1st of this year, is all about this UMDP. And it's going to standardize everything in the mortgage process in terms of the words you use, how you enter numbers, formatting, everything. Whether it's the data set, the UAD, the collateral data portal, and then things that go into how you sell the loan and deliver the collateral. Now, it was all implemented a number of years ago, 10 years ago for the most part. But it's still, I mean, this is, as I mentioned, it is such a key element in everything we're doing on the mortgage side, and it's the major reason for many of the revisions to the Uniform Residential Loan application that started this year. What affects us most in appraisal review is the uniform appraisal data set. So guidelines for how an appraiser in Michigan versus an appraiser where I am in Alabama, how do you use the word average? How do I put in a date? Do I use commas? Do I use slashes? Do I use a 4-digit year, a 2-digit year? So most of the software the appraisers use have drop-down menus. There's more instructions for some of the free format, and there's fewer free format fields. And it's just a whole effort to standardize all of this. So this is one many appraisers still put in the rear of an appraisal, the last few pages, all these uniform data set definitions and things. If not, I think this is a great opportunity for a lunch and learn with a couple of your residential appraisers. Have them come in, work with your bank staff. You could do a Zoom meeting if that's easier, and just kind of walk you through the definitions and how they see some of the differences in the words they use, and maybe talk about what is difficult in that. You know, does the data set let me say things that I would say if I walked you through that property? So that's what we're up against on the residential side. And courtesy of those 5 agencies, as mentioned by the Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council. Let's move to technical reviews, and a couple of things I recommend to banks to improve the process is figure out a way to do an appraisal database. You can do it with an Excel spreadsheet at the start. Just figure out what you want to track and how you want to be able to sort it so you can come up with your own comps. And then figure out with a true database program like Access how to go deeper with it. If you're going to bother to fill out a form electronically to evidence your review, what data can you capture on the back end to help you sort everything? On the commercial side, going to focus on that for this thought process. What's the cash flow? On the commercial side, we call the cash flow net operating income. You see NOI. They cap rate, type of property. It's just, so it's a little easier because you've got grids on the residential side. You don't want to capture the entire grid, but maybe there's a few things you want to capture. The technical reviews you're going to see in a couple pages, that's an idea of a good bit of data you might want to capture in a database. You can even enter in data from comps, even if it's not every field you want to collect. It gives you still a lot of fields you can sort on. Maybe a big thing to automatically capture residential and commercial is the tax assessed value. That's always in the appraisal. And you can, when you have the appraisal, you've got the tax assessed value, you can now use your database to make it easier to use tax assessed value as a primary piece of an evaluation, when you can prove with data that 9 times out of 10, we have this ratio of appraised value to assessed value, or the other way around, whichever way you want to do it with your numerator or denominator. You can see important trends in variables. And you may say, well, Richard, that's crazy. We're a small bank. If I did all that, collected all that data, and I sorted for an apartment project of a certain size, I'd only get 2 or 3 comparable properties. Well, isn't that still so much more powerful than guessing? Isn't that better than having to, well, now let me go to my core and sort loans. Let me see if I can find an apartment project near this one. And then I got to go find that file. I mean, you skip so many steps. You have a great bit of data on real estate properties. It's there in the bank. You just can't get to it in an efficient way. And this database ought to be available to your lenders and credit analysts, the people that do the upfront underwriting, as well as the people that are doing appraisal reviews. Second suggestion, I know it's difficult in some markets where you have a dearth, a lack of a lot of practicing appraisers at this time. I've always advocated centralizing this type of process as much as you can. Most banks do. And you get those economies of scale. Appraisers are dealing with the same person all the time. And they perceive more volume, and where they think they can get more business, perhaps they're going to be more responsive and a little more careful with their price. But even more so if they realize every time you put out an appraisal request, more than one appraiser is getting that request. And now they're going to compete just the way banks compete to get loans. It's not just price, it can be other factors. And I just think it makes sense to always have this, as much as you can, a bid process. And I just think that's a more professional approach to getting everything done. So let's talk about a technical review. Some things it does, which seem repetitive, but hopefully the appraiser, you pick the appraiser in the first place, but you still want to make sure when you review that they are demonstrating the competency that you thought they had. I had an interesting question in a program last year. They said, well, how do you tell an appraiser they're not competent? I don't know that you can. I think it just boils down to your frequency of using them perhaps falls off, they'll get the message, or you continue to use them for certain property types, but not others. There's different ways. They still may be competent on a certain property type, but there's maybe a lack of examples in your market or other reasons why they don't seem as competent currently. Did they do the things you asked for in the engagement letter? We'll talk about engagement letters a little bit more in the second part. I'm not a big fan of overly long engagement letters, but what you asked for needs to be there. Okay. We'll talk more about fee simple, least fee. Is it a construction situation? They know they need to do the federal definition of market value. It's not a bad thing to remind them in the engagement letter. And before you get to this technical review, remember the invitations, the 3 invitations. Certain reports review more closely. Well, you've already done the compliance checklist. So now it's time to read the report and check the math. And you're going to do the technical review really centers around USPAP Standard 3. Is the report complete? You don't feel like you've got to get in your car and go look at all the comps and do your own research. They laid it out for you in a logical and reasonable fashion. There's adequate and relevant data. Got asked recently by a bank. I was helping them look at their review forms. And they said, we have this situation for a condo conversion where it seems like you would want to do a discounted cash flow. I'll share one of those with you later in our program. And the appraiser disagreed with us and didn't provide it. And our appraisal review firm, an outside firm, said they should have done discounted cash flow. And they said, we talked to the appraiser. Appraiser said, you can't tell me to do discounted cash flow. I said, yeah, you can. There's all kinds of things we put in our engagement letter where we're telling the appraiser what to do. So, I disagree. You can tell the appraiser to do some things. Did they adjust properly? Appropriateness of methods and techniques, and whether their conclusions are appropriate and reasonable. Turn the page. Maybe one of the more important slides all morning. The goal to determine if the value is reasonable and reliable enough to be used as the basis for a business decision. Most of our business decisions are to make or renew a loan. There are other business decisions banks make. Sometimes in bankruptcy, you argue lift of stay and take your collateral out of the bankruptcy. And it's a tricky move, and it depends greatly on the appraisal. Other business decisions, you have foreclosed, and what value do you assign that real estate on your bank's books till you sell it? So there are other it's usually make or renew a loan, but there's other business decisions. And it's got to be reasonable. You may disagree with the exact number, but it's close enough that you can make a business decision. That's an important concept. And here's what I mentioned earlier. If you demand good work from the appraisers and they know you're going to subject some of their reports to a technical review, the more risky, larger automatically get a technical review. For me to stay on their approved list, they're going to randomly look at some. They can't give you bad work. And I firmly believe also that if you obsess a little bit more over who you order it from, you will save more time than you used obsessing over who to order from. You'll save more time when it comes to review. I know the lenders are in your ear or sending you emails. Have you ordered the appraisal? 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 Back off. Relax. We'll get it ordered. Let me get it to the right person. When it comes back, we'll be able to turn it around faster. Their reports are easier to review. Some reports, quite frankly, are more reader-friendly, user-friendly than others. even in the massive grid orientation of a residential appraisal. You have to admit some appraisers make it easier for you to go through the report than others do. So I've got a couple of checklists for you. The idea with my commercial checklist is it is in addition to the compliance checklist. It even has a question at the bottom of page 26 that says, gee, the compliance checklist, it pretty much says it's okay per USPAP. We're not worried about USPAP anymore. That's already been checked, okay? The residential form that starts on page 28, I worked out using a number of examples from other banks and other sources. There is a National Association of Review Appraisers looking at a lot of these formats. There's another one you're going to get later in these handouts that is the desk review form for perhaps the largest software vendor in the appraisal world. And they, the idea I came up with sort of the best of all worlds in this format, and it's 3 pages. Unfortunately, it's maybe too much, but the idea that it could probably be both a compliance and a technical review checklist at the same time. Just a thought. Okay, it has some interesting questions. It has some you might not want to do, but you've got blank copies that follow the slide that's in front of them. The commercial, that first page is a great tool, and it answers that question I gave you earlier from a senior lender that said, we do all these reviews, but the review doesn't give me the information I want. Page 26 probably does. It gives you all the data points from the appraisal, a great thing to perhaps put into a loan package, that type of thing. And it may be a good front end for a database effort if you're interested in putting that together. I think the database answers a lot of things. I'll finish up after our break talking about a few remaining things: third-party review, and then options. Talk briefly about evaluations and validations of existing appraisals. So we're close to 10 o'clock. We're a couple minutes ahead, or at least 1 minute ahead. So why don't we come back at 11 o'clock? Why don't we come back at 11:05, and we'll pick back up after a 5-minute break with our home stretch before our pre-lunch home stretch, and talk about third-party review and a couple other things on the review world. So let me type that into this slide. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Restart at 11:05. All right, we're back, and I believe it's 11:06. And we'll get restarted with our morning session, our part one, other review steps and issues. May have a chance to dip our toe a little bit into part two. Just a reminder, the part two file was distributed to you. And if you may need to have it available, at least after lunch, we may be able to get into a couple things prior to lunch. We'll just see where we go. Remember, you can ask questions with chat. Haven't seen any yet. Let me review this whole thing of appraiser governance. And it's interesting that we have two organizations, the Appraisal Institute and the Appraisal Foundation, that really drive the appraiser side of things. It's interesting that Congress, way back in 1989, when it put together the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act, the Title 11, Congress delegated to the appraisal industry its own oversight. And we're fortunate that in 1987, U.S. and Canadian appraisers had formed the Appraisal Foundation, and it started working already on USPAP, the uniform standards, the USPAP. So it was a natural delegation, a good thing that Congress did. The foundation is different from the Appraisal Institute, which is their membership organization. And it's the organization that has all their designations, currently 17,000 members. That's down from, I think its peak, maybe it was 15 years ago, of 24,000 members. And it has the MAI, SRA, SRPA, as well as new review designations, the Appraisal Institute General Review Services designation and Residential Review Services designations. Just recognizing that more and more appraisers are getting officially involved in the review process. And you've also got all of your state licensing and continuing education requirements, and both the Institute and the Foundation have extensive information on competency and independence. Both groups are not the Appraisal Institute's more real estate oriented, even though the Appraisal Foundation, USPAP, covers not just real estate. It concerns any type of appraisal as well. And so, there are other kinds of appraisals other than real estate appraisals. So this brings up the whole issue of in the whole invitation mode. There are situations where you need to outsource this function and get a third party that oftentimes is an appraiser. And so this is going to be that interaction with your primary regulator. It may be something your bank wants to do. I worked recently with a bank in a northeastern state. Just had decided a better use of their credit analyst time was for their own deals, their own underwriting, and they wanted to totally outsource the review function, both compliance reviews and a deeper technical review. So everybody has a different way of doing this, different views of what's an efficient use of your staff time. I do hear in programs in some markets, it's a challenge to find appraisers that want to do the review work because they've got a high volume of appraisal work. So you can distinguish whether you do this for owner occupied or investment properties. A lot of ways you can do this. In some cases, it's not a size deal at all. Remember, a risk-focused approach to the depth of review. So it's not just size, it's risk. And so in certain situations, it may make sense to have a third-party review for, say, a nursing home, a hotel, or a convenience store, something that you consider to be complex or complicated, whatever word you prefer. So go back to USPAP Standard 3. It's an opinion about the quality of the work and the adherence to USPAP. And there needs to be a level of competency in the review person as well, whether it's a bank employee, whether it's an outside appraiser. Typically, if you engage a third party review, they're going to do some sort of report. What has emerged is, and I mentioned this earlier, there is a National Association of Review Appraisers that have some of their own preset forms that their members or people that buy their forms use. Banks are telling me in certain situations that I would say it's not universal, that they are successful in getting appraisers to fill out the bank preferred form for purposes of a review. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. You can also, initially, many appraisers were doing narrative reviews. And I've got some wording from one of those that it's classic, but it really helps you understand the thought process of that review appraiser. And I've always, every time I use it in a program, I see something I didn't see before, or it reinforces something that I say frequently, that appraisers look at each other's work differently than the way we look at it. And maybe the best example is one of my best childhood friends is a surgeon. And if I were to go with him and observe a surgery, we both are observing another surgeon. I know that probably couldn't happen. Let's just make that up. And you asked each of us post-surgery what we saw, it would be such a different set of discussions. I would probably be overwhelmed by the blood, the body, the body juices or whatever body fluids involved, and all the hubbub and activity, the focus on cleanliness. My friend would probably say, well, at that point in the surgery, I would have done 5 sutures. They did 4. At one point, they suctioned 3 times. I probably would have done 2. You know, little, very different observation from that surgeon than what I would probably see. And I feel that every time I look at these example statements. Here was the engagement letter to the appraiser. 79 unit apartment, we want you to follow USPAP standard 3, as well as rule 3-3. Tell us the extent to which you reviewed. Was it complete, adequate and relevant data, appropriate adjustments to the data, appropriate methods and techniques, and were the opinions and conclusions appropriate and reasonable? Numbers 2 through 6 are the 5 questions that are at the end of the technical review worksheet just a couple pages ago. Here's the appraisal. Call us if you got any questions. We're on page 33. Top page 34. Some excerpts from the typical type of cover letter you would get back on the appraiser's narrative report. This report is focused on USPAP compliance and does not address issues of value. Then the cover letter identified the report, the appraisal report being reviewed, the real estate that was being appraised, the property interest being appraised, which I believe happened to be fee simple, the effective date of the value opinion that's being reviewed, the date of the review, the extent of review process, and this just caught me. The appraiser said, I read the report in its entirety, and I checked the calculations for accuracy. So let's back up for a moment or slow down for a moment. In a busy bank day, how often do you do this? In fact, I've toyed with putting this in the technical review checklist to make the banker say, I read the report cover to cover. Because, see, I already know per the compliance checklist, it has highest and best use, it has days on market, it has income approach, it has all that. So now I'm just going to read the thing. Does it make sense? Is it complete? Is it reasonable? All that. How can you do it other than read it? And I know what all of you are saying. Richard, I get interrupted so much during the day, I could never read an appraisal. I get it. But this is a worthy goal, very worthy goal. So calculations check for accuracy and their appropriateness and reasonableness of not just the calculations, but the methodology and techniques, opinions and conclusions. Is it a complete report? The report's essentially complete. Interesting comment from this example that I use in my programs. Several items of obvious cut and paste. What did I talk about way early in our program? This idea, you get in a rut, you use software, everything starts looking the same. Cut and paste. Market value doesn't in this particular report, market value did not match what this appraiser thought was the federal definition, and this appraiser pulled out, boom, here's what the OCC says. This gets long. Okay, and I'm breaking a lot. You shouldn't have all this on a PowerPoint slide, but you can slog through it or read it later. But here's what's going on. The appraiser doesn't like the definition of highest and best use. And it's extracted from an old edition of a textbook, which is maybe not technically a USPAT violation, but it's not good. And then it's so funny. Well, it's not funny. I guess it's tragically funny. They call one of the resources extinct. The economic data is old. I think I forgot what date this was from. Old economic data. Highest and best use is different on two different places, page 3 and page 41. On page 41 in the middle of the report where it's discussed deeply, it's multifamily development, page 41. Apparently the cover letter, that's maybe some of the cut and paste, was from another appraisal that said retail special purpose. That's the 3 sutures versus the 4 sutures. How many of us would have really noticed that? Standards Rule 1-5 says you have to mention a contract if there is one, or a listing for sale. So there's a current contemporaneous contract agreement for sale of $2.337 million. It quotes the rule, but doesn't really analyze that. It just says there's a current contract for sale, 2.3 million. Okay. I think for a project that large, maybe another sentence or two. I'll never forget looking at, and are you surprised, it was in and around, as an expert witness, in and around a bankruptcy case. And this marina had been appraised for $6 million. I think was the number, somewhere around $6 million. The purchasers at that time were getting it for 3.5 or maybe 4 million at tops. And that was the current agreement. The contemporary contract agreement was for 3.5 or $4 million. Appraisal was north of 6 million. And all the appraiser said, and you can see why this thing went bankrupt. The appraiser just said, well, we think the current contract greatly undervalues this project. And that's all they said. I think for that big of a difference, you owe me more than a sentence. Interesting. Zoning's different, 2 different places. See, here's the, well, I would have suctioned an extra time or not as many here. But however, plenty of data. Relevant data. Adjustments are fine, even though I kind of got lost. The reviewer says, I kind of got lost in one of the adjustment grids. Something seemed to disappear. But pretty much, Appropriate methodologies, opinions, and conclusions are supported by the data that's there and the analysis of the market. Don't have a problem with that. Overall, I got problems. Randomly organized. Seems to be assembled from dated parts. And some statements on page 4 about a vacant tract that they were trying to bring into the, I got lost, and it just makes me question this appraiser's competence or expertise. And then I've got the USPAP problem with market value, the errors with highest and best use and zoning, and they didn't even look at the contemporary contract. That should be answered. So it's interesting, kind of leads to a question we're going to have in a few minutes. Would you accept this appraisal? And that's really the heart of this whole review process is, you know, can we use this appraisal? Chances are you probably wouldn't on this one. Here's the National Association of Review Appraisers and Underwriters that has, they don't do narrative really, they do a grid and just check things off and enter in data. I have an example desk review on pages 37 and 38. From what I am told by residential appraisers is the dominant software company in their world. So that if you reach out to get a desk review on the residential side, there's a good chance 50% plus is the number I'm told by residential appraisers, the market share that company has on pages 37 and 38. And again, it's a grid. It's not really a narrative. So there's differences in how you can get the review done. If you have your own review forms that you're happy with, your regulator's happy with, you could probably, I would do something. I would find the National Association of Review Appraisers forms, or the one I gave you on page 37, 38 as an example. And if you're going to have an appraiser fill out your form, I would develop some sort of certification by that appraiser similar to the bottom of page 38 or the equivalent on the National Association of Review Appraisers, their formats, something where the appraiser sort of tells you, should you use it or not? And, you know, something about their credentials and kind of put them, you know, beef up instead of just their signature, hey, I reviewed it and it's okay, be a little more specific on what's okay. That's and that maybe another example you can use along those lines would be the format I gave you way back on page 30. It has a certification for review appraiser and a certification for bank employee review on that residential form. So it brings us to a key thing. We're going to go into appraisal components here in a few minutes or after lunch, is this whole idea of what can you do on the back end. And so obviously you can review, accept the report and not ask for any changes. If the reviewer is licensed, they could perhaps change the value, but now that's going to bring in all of USPAP, not just USPAP Standard 3. And so notice the narrative report example I gave you said, we're not addressing matters of value. We're addressing USPAP compliance short of whether we agree with the value or not. So that's a sticky issue. If your reviewer attempts to weigh in on the value and is it correct or not, other parts of USPAP apply, and it's likely it's probably a fee very close to a full appraisal fee. If it's USPAP 3 only, the fee should be significantly less. Some larger banks have review appraisers on staff that are licensed and certified, and they can do step 2. Most of the bankers that come to my programs can't do step 2. So you've got 1, 3, and 4. You can return the appraisal for corrections, and you may or may not get a value change. And here's a tip. Don't go in asking for a value change. Get the highest and best use or the zoning or whatever, get that corrected, and good chance you'll get the value change you want without asking. But if you ask for a value change, you rarely get it because you've challenged the appraiser and their expertise, and you're probably going to lose. And 4 is difficult. It's the time element. Your competitive advantage in most local banks is your ability to turn transactions around, and to start all over again is very, very difficult. So review, focus on, in your review, factual errors and items that can be correcting. Don't go, if you just go in complaining about the value, the appraiser is going to tune you out. And then another recommendation, I think it's a best practice, either through an email or a very quick Zoom meeting or conference call or something, post review, and tell the appraiser, I'm paying you for this up front. I'm paying, this is part of your engagement fee. Want to have just a quick 5-10 minute discussion, what we liked, what we didn't like. I want to hear what you think about the property. Let's have a discussion. Because I think we don't do enough work as bankers asking our appraisers, how can I make this process easier for you next time? What slowed you down? So be prepared. Remember, is the result reasonable? We have to have, and maybe I need to find a backbone to insert into your chief credit officer. And I can say that because I've been a chief credit officer and I've chaired loan committees. There's going to be a time where you're going to do 81% or 86%, because guess what? If you do this appraisal thing right, you're going to do some 84s and 79s. This is an estimate. Let's move on. And I think we go to too many decimal points sometimes. Maybe if it helps, and you've got a reference, the article this came from, George Mann, who has his own consulting company now, but he ran the appraisal function for Fifth Third down in Cincinnati, down in Ohio, one state away, pretty big bank. Here's his thoughts. There's no rules. We've already talked about it for requiring revisions. Some lenders want to have all the questions in writing. You can do that via email. Some want a new report. That's up to you. You just need to remember, I showed you in the invitations, you need to have a policy for this. Items that warrant a revised report. Certain dates or the value is incorrect. Certain dates are incorrect. Not every date. Typos within the market value conclusion, not just any old typo anywhere in the report. Bing, look at the narrative example I gave you. Wrong definition of market value. Property address is wrong. Numerous typos throughout the report, not just that random typo somewhere. Engagement letter instructions not followed. Factual errors totally wrong. Now we'll talk about limiting conditions. We'll talk about assumptions and limiting conditions shortly. A FIREA violation. That's Title 11. USPAP violations. We had a couple of USPAP problems in the narrative example. Not just any old math error, but a math error at least to incorrect market value. Then the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, the personal property, not separated out from the real estate property, which is also a FIREA violation, but an important one. So it kind of doubles up on that. This is George's opinion. I think it's worth thinking through these. Minor typos, errors not material to the value conclusion, minor disagreement, 5 to 10% with their conclusions and the actual number. It's not our job to nitpick. It's a very interesting comment from someone that's a licensed appraiser and ran this function for one of the largest banks in our country. It's not our job to nitpick the appraiser. We need things correct, okay? So it's not just minor typos, minor math errors. This is major stuff. But let's get it right. And this is interesting. Try to be consistent if you have more than one person involved. So his questions. Do I want a regulator to pick up a report and see these errors? Will my review forms at least find the error? Am I slowing down the transaction unnecessarily, or do I have an issue with this appraiser? I just don't like their work. I like the phrase battle of egos. That's interesting. So it's in the November 2010, an article on this talking about these very issues. Let's spend a minute or two on evaluations and validations of appraisals and see if we can spend just a moment or two, get started on our part 2 adventure and get us down the road. I'm going to talk about 3 things in this section, and one is got a lot of different opinions. I hear a lot of different things from different banks. I hear different things from different regulators, sometimes different things from regulators in the same agency. This seems to be something you've probably worked out, but let me give you some of the boundaries here and some of the gray areas that they're at play on this, okay? This first part is consistent with the 1994 guidelines and is just very consistent in the 2010 guidelines. You can use an appraisal that's done for another bank, but you have to, it's like doing your own independent due diligence in a loan participation. You have to review it as if you ordered it. Now the guideline, this can be a little bit different if it's a participation, but still you have to review the appraisal yourself as if you ordered it. And way back when I talked about a technical review, I hope it's page 17. This may be, you may think of Richard's nitpicking all his page numbers, but I added a few things to this, and I think I recommended, and it's actually page 15, one-up approach on this, and it is page 15. And this comes from some comments I'll have in one of the next slides. I mean, there are a couple of risks you add when you use an appraisal, perhaps when you use an appraisal done for another bank. So I think it should automatically get a deeper dive. It should get your deeper review. You have to confirm that the report was actually engaged by another bank. The engagement letter is typically reproduced in an appraisal report, so that's your guide there. You have to be satisfied that they're independent, competent, and you have to make sure they just simply didn't update or readdress an earlier appraisal, which is actually a USPAT violation. If you look at articles in that Working RE magazine that I noted for you earlier this morning, there's all kinds of articles, seems like every year or so, on this whole topic. The bank asked me to update an appraisal. That breaks all the rules. I hear very frequently or get questions about and banks wanting to get the appraisal assigned to them. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a regulator, but I've not seen this discussed anywhere in our regulations that it needs to be assigned to you. And I question the validity of the assignment if unless the appraiser acknowledges the assignment. I mean, that's true of anything we get assigned legally. And I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see how it does you any good for the other bank to assign it to you unless that appraiser acknowledges it. And again, articles in publications like Working RE magazine advise appraisers not to ever sign anything like that. Even then, if they acknowledge the assignment, you try to sue them, I don't think you're going to get much. I've just never heard of a bank, and a lot of times the assumptions and limiting conditions, you're not going to be able to sue the appraiser anyway. So you've got, and you've got this issue ultimately. I hear this in programs. Many of your compliance officers feel strongly that if the customer reimburses the bank for the cost of the appraisal, the customer ends up getting a copy of the appraisal. So there can be legitimate reasons why a customer might be in possession of a copy of the appraisal. So good chat question from Terry. I've been told that the other bank appraisal has to be certified to our financial institution. Well, that will be essentially the same thing as the appraiser acknowledging the assignment. Okay, and hold this thought because it'll come up in another slide. But that's a good question. You know, if they certify it to you, it depends on without seeing the wording of the certification, just saying it's certified to you, I think that is similar to something I'm going to recommend in just a few minutes. But that's a really good question. Hold that thought. So here's what makes this difficult. A bank's use, this is the wording from 2010 guidelines. A bank's use of a borrower ordered, but here's the sticky words, borrower provided appraisal violates the agency's regulations. Well, now, wait a minute. You just told me these are guidelines, not outright regulations. So number one, the agencies just broke their own rule. So I'm being picky, but this is the wording. That wording is very different with previous wording that said that specifically addressed routing of an appraisal via the borrower back in 2005. I know 2010 trumps 2005, but this is not clear. Okay. FAQ 19 in the 2018 FAQs talks about accepting an appraisal from a loan broker. Financial institution not accept an appraisal from the borrower, but they keep skipping who ordered it. And I'm back to many of your compliance officers feel strongly that if the borrower paid for the appraisal, they end up with a copy of it. And you have situations like loan participations where the appraisal was done for more than one lender. Anyway, here's the big problem, and here's why you may want something similar to a certification from that appraiser. And this is just the whole, let me just leave you with the thought, because I can't tell you how to do this. Whatever you're doing, even if you're getting it assigned to you or different things, or maybe your bank has a policy that you can't use an appraisal done for another bank. That's fine, and you got to order your own. I think anytime you use an appraisal for another bank, you should just, there's an added element of care. Okay. First of all, this appraiser may not have been your first, second, or third choice. If it hasn't come directly to you from the lender or the appraiser, the report could have been altered. There's programs out there that can alter PDF files. There's great color copiers. They can take out a page and put one back in and rebind the thing. Why your bank, you may not, I don't know how involved you may be in the lending process at your bank. But in many lending situations, including residential mortgages for self-employed people, your bank requires, independent from the IRS, not from the customer, but from the IRS, something that shows you what is the real copy of their tax return they turned into the IRS, not the copy they give you, but what copy does the IRS say is their copy? That's form, was it 4806? Okay. Could have been altered. So here's where, Terry, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly. This is where your confirmation may come in. I just have recommended maybe you take a step to confirm that the appraisal hasn't been altered. That's my word, confirm, and you use the word confirmation. Maybe it's have them sign something to say, yeah, this is truly the report I did for that bank. I double checked some pages. Maybe just send them an email. Hey, here's a couple random PDF pages from that report. The borrower is in possession of the report. We're doing a second mortgage or a home equity or something, and we'd like to use it. Can you just confirm that that was your work? I don't want somebody, having altered your work. And I think a lot of appraisers would appreciate that, the opportunity to do that. But if the appraisal is not assigned, or this wording may be in your certification, okay, other than they may certify that that is a true copy as best as they can tell of their original work, but then they also agree to add you as an intended user, because really the report was done for that bank and perhaps that bank's customer are the intended users, not your bank. So if you have any problems with that appraisal, you have no recourse to that appraiser. They don't even have to answer questions about the report. Now that's tricky too. In my experience as a lender, we had a close enough relationship with the appraisers that if I had their work from another deal and I'm doing a second mortgage or trying to take it as extra collateral, they'll answer my questions. If I'm a regular business customer of theirs, they're going to answer my questions. They're not going to say, oh, Richard, you weren't the intended user, I'm not going to talk to you. That's why I think you need to have dialogue with the appraisers. Make this a professional relationship and exchange information, and they'll help you. Oh, yeah, I did that appraisal 2 years ago. Nice property. I'll answer your questions. There's no reason you're taking a second mortgage as additional collateral for another deal you're doing. I get it. And look, I'm busy anyway, so let me spend 5 minutes with you. You send me work every week. We're cool. I think I hope the relationship you have with a lot of your appraisers. But you have to understand, you're not officially the intended user. I've tried to, the last 3 or 4 years, I've really tried harder. It wasn't just the pandemic. It wasn't just the requirement to screen more for USPAP. I've tried to get more inside the head of our appraisers. Look at things more from their perspective. And so not only, let's go to the top of the slide again. Not only would this appraiser maybe not have been your first choice, go to the bottom bullet point. My bank would have asked for something in the engagement letter that this bank didn't ask for, that we think is extremely important when you're doing a hotel or a convenience store or this or that. Wasn't in their engagement letter. It wasn't done in the report. You're not in control. So I'm not saying you can't use an appraisal done for another bank. I think you can, and in certain situations, it makes all the sense in the world. But you have to be aware of I think the first thing before you get into will they certify it, and does it make sense to use this appraisal that the customer happens to be in possession of, which has to be happening frequently. I'm told that all the time. So our guidelines and USPAP are real clear. They can't just simply recover the appraisal. They have to go through USPAP all over again, consider all the and because they did the appraisal 7 months ago, they can probably give you a cheaper price because there's probably a lot of that they can reuse. They can't just automatically reuse it and slap a cover on it. They have to spend some time with all of USPAP. So it can't be a cheap recover, but on the other hand, maybe it doesn't have to be the full appraisal fee either if there's a lot of data they can reuse. I think you just can't assume that they can reuse all this data. And that's from going through articles in appraisal magazines, online things. And what our regulators just say, they can't recover the appraisal. If you're getting it done, fine. Somehow your appraiser is using a side door, a back door through USPAP that I'm not aware of, but I think it's tricky. And so I feel like it's just my job in these programs to elevate the issues and just say, your board, your policy, your regulator reviewing your policies, you all have jointly come into an agreement how you can do this or not do it, is about all I can say. So I hope I've heightened your awareness of the issue, and excuse me, particularly the risks you might, not always. This appraiser may have been your first choice. The engagement letter the other bank wrote is probably just fine. Okay. I sent the appraiser a couple random pages or 2 or 3, and looks like nobody's, if they've altered the work, at least we screened it a little bit. Let me cover a couple more things. It's now looking like we'll hold part 2 for our after lunch, give you time to print it if you want to print it. Another not having layers of review is my number one pet peeve of my own industry. Man, I've been in banking all these years. I worked as a teller in high school and college. About all I know is banking. Okay. So, we ran into a problem in our earlier guidelines is saying, the appraisal, you can use older appraisals. Here's your problem. You have to document your thought process to say that the value remains valid. That's redundant, I know. In a consistent format with adequate depth. This is straight from our guidelines. I don't know how you do anything in a bank in a consistent format with adequate depth without some sort of checklist. And you've got a checklist for this on page 45 of your materials. And then whatever your bank's policy is, and you may just say, if the appraisal is more than a year old, we won't use it. That's up to you. Okay. What I ran into trying to do this within a bank, allow my lenders to use older appraisals. The first thing I ran into is they were trying to use bad appraisals over again. We were still beefing up our review checklists and things, and we still had some appraisals. Now that we were doing a better job of screening them, some older appraisals that they weren't worth the paper they were written on. That was our first problem. And then you've got the big 3 I mentioned early this morning. Show me the current use, current condition, current zoning. Go take some pictures. Then here's the other problem. Our regulators have never said how old is too old. They can give you an opinion today, and they could have given you an opinion 10 years ago, but it's not in their regulations or their guidelines, excuse me. So most loan policies have months or years. That's the only way you can manage people. You know what our regulators say? Passage of time. Well, the appraisal may not be relevant one day later. I don't know. Passage of time. I think in today's world, where prices are, An old appraisal is probably way too low, so lender's probably not going to use it. But volatility of the local market, availability of financing. In 2010, they added natural disasters, inventory competing properties, current condition, improvements or lack of maintenance surrounding properties, changes in underlying economic market assumptions, cap rates, and lease terms. We'll talk about cap rates after lunch. They've always had changes in zoning, but then they added in building materials or technology, environmental contamination. So I have a worksheet for you on page 46 that you can use as a starting point. I think personally, validating a good previous appraisal is far easier than going through and doing from scratch an evaluation. Our regulators have always said it can't be based just on tax assessment values or a broker's price estimate, which I think they meant to say opinion to be consistent with the abbreviation they use. And an AVM by itself doesn't, you can order an AVM, but the AVM doesn't give you anything usually about current use and current zoning. It just tells you tax assessed value usually. So evaluations must meet. Here's where the frequently asked questions of 2018 have a big role. The traditional way banks have done evaluations on the commercial side and sometimes on the residential side is one lender does the evaluation on the other lender's property. A lender can't evaluate their own property. As of the 2010 guidelines, no exact date for implementation, but the 2010 guidelines said now evaluations need to be done by someone who is independent, like your person that orders and reviews appraisals. Some banks are not doing this yet. That's up to you and your primary regulator based on the nature of your real estate lending activities, your general riskiness of the bank and your business model. Remember all those comments many pages ago. Our guidelines on page 31 have bullet points of clear content that needs to be in an evaluation, and there's the separate interagency document on evaluations that I noted earlier. 2010 also added that this is very difficult for our smallest banks. Not only does someone independent supposed to be doing it, you may not be there yet, but someone independent needs to review it. Now they're silent on should it be a checklist or a signature review. To me, it seems like a signature review would be sufficient, but your regulator may feel differently. And guess who wins that argument, right? So there's a third tool. You can validate an earlier appraisal. You can evaluate the property. And then I think from time to time, your lenders need to do their own internal update. There's lots of ways we do that. I had a regulator say it this way one time. Regulator said, Richard, there's nothing magic about an appraisal, an evaluation, or anything. You know what we're really looking for? We want to see evidence that bankers are keeping up with collateral value. And you do it with inventory and equipment and all kinds of other collateral. But somehow when it comes to appraisals, oh, we can't touch that. Yeah, you can. As long as you're doing an appraisal when needed or an evaluation when needed, we should even more frequently be doing, and I'll show you after lunch, the income approach to value. With a cap rate, that cash flow on the commercial side, you've got a value. With a database and you're tracking your residential appraisals and knowledge of square footage in a recent close square footage sale, you're on top of value. No, it's not an appraisal. Did I say it was an appraisal? No, it's yet another tool for bankers to keep up with collateral value. is such that even in talking about problem loans, our regulators way back in 2009 said a new appraisal may not be necessary. When you just update things, maybe even the old appraisal with your own data, there's ways to keep up with value. Yeah, ultimately, maybe you're waiting on the appraisal to come in. You've ordered an appraisal, but you've got an important decision to make that you can't put off. We are back to what that regulator said. We're supposed to keep up with value by various means, formal and informal. So that means that's the last slide of part one. We're dangerously close to noon anyway. So why don't we come back at 12:45? We'll pick up with part two. So instead of giving you that ugly blank screen, let's see if I can type on this. Restart with part two at 12:45. I'm typing white text into a white box the way Zoom works. I hope that makes sense. Restart with part two at 12:45. Hit me with your questions during lunch. Use chat or something. You can stay connected unless Stephanie needs everybody to disconnect. It may be easier to stay connected. Remember, she's distributed part two that we'll be using this afternoon. And there you go. You see from Stephanie, return at 12:45 p.m. Enjoy lunch. Again, we'll be moving to part two. Be happy to take your questions. Have a great lunch.
Thank you. I'm going to pause the recording. Welcome back.
All right. Welcome back, Stephanie. We're at 12:45, I think.
We are. Yep.
All right. And you have started the recording?
Yep.
All right. Get my headset going here and we'll get restarted. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to part two. Remember, we have a separate handout, excuse me, that you should have received for Michigan bankers, and it's a little bit shorter handout, doesn't have the huge attachment with all the frequently asked questions from 2018, but it'll get us into a little deeper agenda, some appraisal basics. We'll talk about scope of work and appraisal formats, and then we will look at what I characterized in our morning session as some of the not usual suspects. So things like ownership interests, the fee simple leased fee and leasehold interest, assumptions and limiting conditions, and of particular note, extraordinary assumptions and hypothetical conditions that we need to be aware of, highest and best use, and then the usual suspects, the approaches to value, the cost approach, the income approach, particularly more detail for what's probably the most confusing for appraisal reviewers, and that's the income approach in your commercial appraisals, and that tricky thing, net operating income, which is the cash flow number. And the income approach that's dominantly used, the direct capitalization approach, uses a cap rate to convert the cash flow, the NOI, into a value. And I'll walk you through with an example how those numbers typically work. And then maybe your strength, and that is all the comparables, because that is the key part of the residential appraisal. And it's a strength that, in my experience, persons that are good at residential appraisals, that's a tremendous strength they bring to the commercial appraisals. And then obviously you've got to pull all those things together in the reconciliation of value. So some basics, you're usually going to have a cover letter that just summarizes everything, gives you good information. And unfortunately, the lenders at your bank, that may be all they read. They pick up the number. Oh, hey, if that's $2 million or that's $400,000 for a house, that's all I need. And they don't really dig into the details. So that's one of the reasons we need to have the review and make sure that it handles the things that were in the engagement letter. Usually near that introductory section, you're going to have the assumptions and limiting conditions that we'll talk about. The property needs to be identified. And this is a tricky item in that, in my experience as a lender even, you oftentimes have multiple parcels of real estate, and sometimes a parcel is connected to or seems to be connected to another parcel, and the appraiser picks it up and the customer hasn't even told you, or the other way around. And so this seems like a minor detail, but like looking at the narrative third-party report that we did this morning, sometimes it's the details that matter. Was it 4 sutures? Was it 3 sutures? Is the definition of market value the correct federal definition? That seems perfunctory, and you shouldn't have to check that. Should you have to check the legal description that's used, or the combination of parcels that may be a part of a transaction? So you have that. Does the property description fit what you're talking about? Think about current use, current condition, current zoning. Where are the appraiser's credentials? Have they been updated? Do they need to be updated? If you're using an appraiser on a very frequent basis, this one, again, may be something you don't pay much attention to until it's time to work on the approved list. And if you're reviewing, you just continually ask yourself, do we have sufficient qualifications with this appraiser? Are they now finally out of touch, or they just haven't done this, or they made the same mistake another time? That type of thing. They may have done some extraordinary things on their end to feel like they're competent. Maybe they studied something they haven't studied before, or went to a class. That should be noted and pay attention to. And you have to keep asking yourself, are they truly independent? Understanding what I told you in the morning session, that independence per USPAP is maybe not as strict as your own bank's internal code of conduct or conflict of interest rules. So it's just some things that just always should be in your mind as you get into an appraisal. On page 3 of your materials, and I looked at some of these. I'm laughing at myself during lunch. Thought I changed this. I must not have saved. But we really need to look at page 3 for a chart. And it's got a lot of stuff, and you don't have this slide and the next slide because you have the chart. So what's on this chart? Way back in 2006, and this seems like ancient history, but it explains one of the items that was in place in our, at the time of our, or subsequent to our first set of guidelines in 1994, and then was able to go away in the 2010 guidelines. And that was a USPAP redefinition or elimination of two longstanding definitions that more or less told you whether or not the appraiser used all three approaches to value. And they were eliminated. Those two terms were eliminated. The whole concept of scope of work did not change. That's this broad umbrella, the top half of the chart's working on. Scope of work is really the level of due diligence, and you see examples of, internal, external walkthroughs and visits or inspections. How many, if it's a leased property and multiple tenants, how many leases did they feel like they had to look at? How many spaces? All of that. So scope of work is all the things the appraiser thinks they need to do to solve the appraisal problem. And that's an interesting word choice that appraisers have used for forever, at least in all of my experience. And you see it sometimes in the narrative reports. I'm solving the appraisal problem the way you solve a math problem, which is interesting to me because when I get a chance to do a program like this, it's not a problem, it's an opportunity. And I would think appraisers would appreciate having the opportunity to appraise a property. But in their official wording, it's a problem. I've got to solve a math problem. So like solving a math problem, how many things do you have to do? How many steps do you have to take? And we've got the three approaches to value, but the terms complete and limited prior to 2006 simply indicated, hey, I'm giving you all three approaches to value or not. One of the reasons appraisers decided to eliminate those words was, I'm convinced because I saw it back in 2005 and 2006. We had evolved as bankers to always asking for a complete appraisal and sort of taking the decision power out of the appraiser's hands as to whether all three approaches to value were needed or not. Banks just sort of got in a rut and always ordered complete appraisals. And really all USPAP says is you have to consider all three approaches to value. And if you choose not to do one, it's still a complete appraisal if you explain why you didn't do one. The banks kept asking for complete appraisals, and appraisers just said, enough, let's just do scope of work. We already follow USPAP. Now, here's what's interesting. I see plenty of examples to this day of appraisal firms around the country. I can't cite one that I've seen there in Michigan that still offer a complete report to their customers, but it's sort of in quotes or in italics as if it doesn't mean anything, and it's just sort of a code word that, yeah, we're going to try to give you all three approaches to value. In time, this will go away as our remaining appraisers that were around before 2006 exit the practice, but that's where it came from. And it's shaded out on your chart on page 3 because of that. The next thing on page 3 is more current, and it's starting to get old itself, going back to 2014. But prior to 2014, you had 3, and these are the definitions that are in your 2010 guidelines in that appendix, the Appendix D, which is the glossary. You had self-contained, summary, and restricted use. 3 different formats. Now, the format has nothing to do with all 3 approaches to value or scope of work. The format means, how did the appraiser put it on the piece of paper? Was it you could change these to landscape or portrait on the printed page. That's all it is. And once again, bankers got in a rut and were consistently ordering self-contained appraisals. And all self-contained says is, like this program today, I gave you the frequently asked questions. I didn't give you the evaluations advisory. If this was a self-contained program today, I would have to have given you the evaluations advisory. I would have had to have given you FIREA Title 11. Anything I refer, I would have to give you. That is what was a self-contained appraisal report. That's a little overboard. So many appraisers prefer doing a summary report where they can summarize things and they don't have to give you the entire document. I summarize the evaluations advisory, FIREA with the 14 points. I didn't give you the whole thing. You can go find it if you need it. That was the purpose of a summary appraisal. Somehow, bankers were thinking, hey, I have to order a complete self-contained appraisal. They're better. They're not better. Just the complete report has to go through all three approaches to value, and a self-contained has to give me all the information. Either way, the result's not going to change. And you can't say one's better than the other. Maybe one may be better given your needs. And that's the only place that I used to be okay with self-contained. Self-contained has to give you all this backup data, particularly area and economic data, that you're probably already familiar with if it's in your own market. So I think self-contained can be very helpful if you are, for a legitimate reason, a sound reason, entertaining a transaction outside your normal market area where you have familiarity, perhaps for valid reasons, sound reasons, entertaining a transaction that involves a property type you're not intimately familiar with. Self-contained could really help you. Other than that, the answer the appraiser gives you is not better, one or the other. And for that main reason, appraisers collapsed self-contained and summary into one definition, which is the appraisal report. So you've got a couple of blank boxes on page 3. The middle one that's more square, write in the words appraisal report. The middle box, side to side and up and down, that's sort of a square box, you want to fill in appraisal report. Then further down the page, where you have a longer, taller box, your fill-in is the restricted appraisal report. And it's at the bottom of the page. It's sort of a vertical shaped box for restricted appraisal report. It's really the same thing as it was as a restricted use report. It's just the title was changed to make it a little more consistent with the changing of appraisal report. The modern appraisal report leans more towards the old summary format. And again, if you need detail or want more backup of area and economic data for a particular reason, to me, that's the role of the engagement letter to help make sure you get that. So fill in on page 3 for appraisal report and restricted appraisal report, 2 fill-ins. So back to the slides, and you have this on page 4. The scope of work rule really hasn't changed. It's just we don't have complete and limited. And here's the appraiser's definition of scope of work. And it's really two-pronged. One, they have to meet the expectations of parties who are regularly intended users. There's that phrase I used with you prior to lunch about being an intended user for a report. Intended users or people that order, banks that order or have similar assignments. So what does this really mean? This means if in that situation I mentioned before lunch, a bank felt like they should have gotten a discounted cash flow analysis in a certain property type, if other banks are asking that appraiser for the same thing, then they ought to do it. For you shouldn't have to ask for it. So, and there's some similarities to this to how we interact with our physicians that I'll mention in just a moment. So if other parties are asking for discounted cash flow or complaining that they should have gotten it, then the appraiser needs to do it. Number two, the appraisers are supposed to keep up with what other appraisers are doing in similar situations. So what this says is you shouldn't have to tell your appraiser all these things in an engagement letter. Similar to, in a week or so, I have my annual checkup with my general practice doctor. I have not written that doctor a letter, and never have, telling that doctor that the nurse needs to get my height and my weight and my blood pressure. You need to run a blood test on me. You need to do this. You need to do that. You know, do we do that with our physicians? No, our physicians know based on certain metrics what they should do. They know what insurance will pay for in these situations. And so why should I be writing that letter? And I see from banks these long, multi-page engagement letters, and I'm wondering, does that's what your appraiser? I mean, my doctor went to medical school all those years and keeps up with things. My doctor knows what to do. It's not for me to tell my doctor what tests to run. And I feel the same way when I see these long engagement letters. Some are quite lengthy. And I'm wondering, well, we're not the expert. Let them follow USPAP. They've got all this training. So I think it's more about we should not be telling them what to do in an engagement letter. In fact, I think if you put this in your engagement letter, it's about all you need, other than the facts and things that the appraiser may need. You know, you've got to talk about your, you know, what the cost is going to be and all of that, but and what their deadlines are. But other than that, I don't know why we have to say a lot of things, other than if you feel like in a certain situation, like that example, that you should get a discounted cash flow, and it may not be clear that other banks are asking for it, then maybe put a few things in the engagement letter that are very important to you on a property type, and it may be things the appraiser would do anyway. Same thing with my doctor. If I discover a family history item, or I have an issue come up that I need my doctor to be aware of, maybe a phone call, maybe an email prior to the appointment, just, hey, heads up, this happened recently, I'd like to talk about it. That's fine. You know, to me, I don't understand why we feel like we need to write these lengthy engagement letters. And I've got a good example of how that may backfire on you when we get to the ownership interest thing. One story, courtesy of a local appraiser, and this goes back some years, but I think it's worth mentioning. This goes back to the downturn in 2008 and 2009, which was started with housing issues. And I always remember it was a Halloween party. Encountered a local appraiser. What's new? Always asking the appraiser, hey, what's new? What's hot in the appraisal world? I kind of bugged that appraiser. And appraiser said, well, this is interesting. My partner and I finally decided that we are on a residential appraisal going to include a page of listings, property listings that could be comps when they sell. Just to prove, because we're getting questions from banks, prove to us that listing prices are not going down in our market. And at that time, they were not. The market I'm in was fortunate to not have a lot of problems in 2009 and 2010. And the appraiser said, you know, we've started doing that, whether a bank asks for it or not. We just feel like scope of work, that's number one. You know, we need to be doing that. Enough banks are asking us, we're going to do it for everybody, whether they ask for it or not. But then we called around to 2 or 3 other larger players, larger appraisers in our market, or similarly larger firms, to see what they were doing. And a few were, a few weren't, a few were on the fence, you know, just to kind of make sure, you know, if everybody's already doing it, okay, it's clear. If nobody's doing it, do we want to be the first it was a discussion on scope of work. It was very insightful to me, just to how a good appraiser should be keeping up with what the other appraiser is doing. A good appraiser should be keeping up with what the market expects. And as you all know, the 10004, well, the 1004, the 1004, I've heard it both ways. The 1004 appraisal form now regularly, it has a built-in feature to show, you all see it now all the time, but this was somewhat new back in 2008 and 2009. The 1004 has a format to add the listings that could be comps to prove that same point. It became a standard thing and built in to the basic Fannie and Freddie format. But many appraisers were ahead of that game. So let's talk about the property identification and ownership interest. The biggest takeaway, I think, for this whole slide is that years ago, if you see some older appraisals that still linger in your files, this was more rudimentary than you can imagine. We've got so many better tools. On the commercial side, banks are pulling up, and sometimes on the residential side, if it's a significantly large or expensive home, they're pulling up Google Maps and satellite pictures of properties and things. So we want to make sure we get these things correct, particularly the property owners and the property ownership rights, of which there are 3, and a little bit of note taking for you. The first one is fee simple. That, I guess you could say, is the best, because the only thing that gets in the way of that owner is things like not paying their taxes, for public safety and health reasons, the government needs the property, or eminent domain, where the government can take it for government use under certain conditions, or like not paying your taxes, there's not a will in place to handle ownership should the owner pass away. Next down the rung, which affects most of the commercial properties that you're financing, is leased fee. It's the ownership held by the landlord, even though they've given someone else the ability to occupy the property. It comes back to the property, comes back to the landlord, stays with the landlord during the whole thing. And they now have the right of occupancy at the termination of the lease. Now, another lease may come in, or they could renew the lease. So here's where you have an interesting scenario, because leased fee, there's 3 things that can affect it. First of all, are the market lease terms, or the current lease terms, at or close to the actual or market lease terms? So I think I said that backwards. Are the actual lease terms at or close to the market lease terms? If so, then you really have an equivalent interest to fee simple. Think about it this way. Your landlord is being adequately economically compensated for renting out the space. They're getting a fair return. And it's usually a range. The market rents are thought of in a range. So are the actual lease terms in that range? Here's where problems come up. What if the actual lease terms, or you could call them contract rents, the leases that are in place are below market? Now you've got a leased fee interest that's lower than fee simple. The owner is not being adequately economically compensated, if you want to think about it that way. And then it does happen, rents could be above market. So here's the problem. What I see frequently in these overly long engagement letters is on the commercial side is a requirement to do the appraisal fee simple. So now you're forcing the appraiser to deal with number 1 and number 1 only. Is that really appropriate? Let me give you a story. Came up in a program that wasn't specific on appraisals, but it was on commercial real estate pre-pandemic, but that doesn't really matter. Person said, we had a property, office property, something like that, multiple tenants. It's been in the bank's portfolio for a while. The owners had it for a while. The loan is nicely paid down, no problems. But the owner has not been very diligent to raise rents with the market. Below market rents. The landlord's happy. They're paying their loan. They don't have any vacancies to speak of. That's fine with them. Great. We had a reason. We'd had the loan long enough that we felt like we needed an updated appraisal at one of the renewals. So we get the appraisal in, and the appraisal is much higher than we were expecting. Now, many of you realize that usually the problem's the other way around. The appraisal's lower than what you're expecting, but the appraisal was lots higher than what we were expecting. So what did they do? This was interesting in the question. What did that bank do? I keep hitting the cord on my headset here, so I apologize for that. I'm gesturing too much. So the person telling the story said, we were looking at comps, we were looking at cap rates, and I started thinking about, the usual suspects. We're looking at comps, looking at cap rates. How'd the value end up so high? And then we called the appraiser, and the appraiser said, well, you told me to appraise it fee simple. So I had to assume market rents. Your current owner is charging well below market rents. I had to assume market. I gave you the number. They realized, oh, why do we always say fee simple in the engagement letter? Are contract rents always at market lease terms? I don't know. Maybe that's something like Richard talking about your annual visit with your doctor. Let me let my doctor and my doctor's training figure that out instead of me telling them how they have to do it. Something to think about, because had that requirement of fee simple report not been in the engagement letter, you would have had that appraiser in that example I had discussing the ramifications of a below or above market lease, what that does, and you may end up with, if leases were at market, here's one value. If with leases below market, here's the other value. Because the appraiser may conclude that some potential purchasers, you have to understand the appraiser is trying to figure out what a potential purchaser would do, not the current owner. If a potential purchaser saw that they could quickly raise rents because leases are rolling over perhaps in the next year or two, and they could step in and raise rents, they might pay a premium over what the market rents say or what the current contract rents say to get the property and enjoy that down the road. Who knows? But when you just dictate to the appraiser to do fee simple, they know how to handle these things. It's interesting. Leasehold interest is growing. This mainly comes up with ground leases, and you have some text about that. And really, and it was interesting. I was a lender when Outback came along. It was just fascinating because the bank I worked for said we will not make a loan on a property or entertain a loan on a property that's involved with a ground lease, period. And we were missing all these opportunities with Outback. And then finally, other large chains started doing a similar thing, saying, hey, you don't have to buy land to run a McDonald's, lease the site. But the stereotypical Sears, McDonald's from the 50s and 60s and 70s, part of the whole idea of being a franchisee was owning dirt, and then dirt became too expensive. But anyway, long story short, if I've got my statistics and different numbers on the volumes of transactions and the volumes that involve leased ground or leasehold interest, it appears to me that leased ground is probably below 10% of all transactions happening these days. But the 10% has doubled in the last 10 years. So you're seeing many more of them. And they're probably some of the most complicated legal contracts you'll see a ground lease. But then you've got the tenant has a leasehold interest, sometimes in the shell of a building, not just the land. So a way to conceptualize this is an equation that you see on page 6. You can break apart fee simple into the part the landlord has and the part the tenant has. On the residential side, you're predominantly going to see fee simple appraisals if you are doing transactions for owner occupied housing. If you're dealing with housing that's going to be single family rentals, chances are you may be seeing more of a leased fee discussion in those appraisals. Another not usual suspect, assumptions and limiting conditions. Lawyers hate to use the word boilerplate, but I'm hearing it more and more because some of the boilerplate issues are up for grabs these days. Boilerplate issues like what is an act of God? Is a pandemic an act of God? Those kind of things. That's been boilerplate for years, fine print for years. It's not anymore. Your general assumptions and limiting conditions in the 1004 are pretty much a set item per the software the appraiser uses. They do have some abilities to modify it a little bit, but not much, and you're probably not going to see it modified in individual cases, okay? This is more of an issue on the commercial side, but here, almost every appraisal is going to have some general assumptions and limiting conditions. So avoiding the words fine print or boilerplate. How about standard qualifiers to try to be a little bit different? So we mentioned, do they have the right legal description? That does matter. Hopefully it's correct or close to correct, but guess what? It would not be smart for you to take the appraiser's legal description and use it in your loan documents. Why? They're not the expert. The appraiser is going to talk about, well, okay, does it appear to be in a flood zone or not? You're going to run your flood certification, which is probably the definitive answer. Your appraiser is going to talk about prior ownership. That was one of the FIREA 14 points, to look back a certain lengths of ownership. They may get that wrong. Guess who the expert is? That's going to fall into the lap of your title company. So there's a lot of things the appraiser is going to mention that they're not the expert on, but they have to discuss it to get the idea of value. And so this assumption and limiting condition just says, hey, we're going to talk about the legal description. We're going to talk about the property's dimensions. We're not the surveyor. We're going to talk about the legal description. We're not your lawyer. We're going to talk about some of the prior owners. We're not your title company. We're going to look at the condition of the building. We're not your official inspector, etc. And so what they're saying is we have to discuss those things to be able to give you a report, but we're not claiming to be the expert, end all be all in any of them. So logical question back on this one. Really good question I've had in programs. Well, Richard, what should we do if the appraiser doesn't say it's in a flood zone, but our flood certification does? All right, back to what we did before lunch. I would send that to the appraiser and just very calmly, no alarm bells. Our flood certification service says the property's in a flood zone. You did not see that. That's fine. All we need to know is, would that have a material impact on your report? I think that's worth getting a clarification. And then to the earlier questions, do you want a new report, or can they just respond and you attach it to the report? Your choice depends on how you want to document things. So understand that the appraiser, this isn't an excuse for them to do sloppy work. Most of them are very diligent. They're going to try to get it right, but they don't have legal qualifications. They are not the title company. They're not the surveyor, but they talk about those things. They have to, but they have to protect themselves. You can't bypass a title policy, skip doing your flood certification just because your appraiser said so. They're not necessarily the expert, They're pretty good at what they do. Okay. So general assumptions and limiting conditions, you're going to have them. Where we need to be careful is extraordinary and hypothetical. And it's interesting, I don't see uniformity in breaking these out. Sometimes they're just it's a list of assumptions and limiting conditions. Some are general, some are extraordinary, some are hypothetical. You're going to figure out which ones are which. I have occasionally more on the commercial side seen them segregated into 2 or 3 sections. Lots of different formats. And even if appraisers are using the same software, they make some modifications sometimes to the format. You have the opportunity in your bank, if you use Wolters Kluwer's documents or Laser Pro, all these different companies, that's not the only 2, you can modify their basic documents that you've purchased the rights to utilize. So you need to make sure the right items are there, and where appropriate in the report, they affect the assignment results. So what are we talking about? An extraordinary assumption may be a better way if you want to take a note on this one. And extraordinary assumption is your fill-in at the bottom of page 7. Maybe a better way of labeling this one is, this is a very important assumption. It's a critical assumption. Now, USPAP has changed its definition. The old definition is an assumption directly related to the assignment, which, if it's found to be different, would obviously change the value conclusion. That's been streamlined a little bit, and I'm missing a parenthesis on that bullet. It looks like somehow it disappeared in electronic land, because it's, anyway, an assignment specific assumption as of the effective date that, if found to be false, would alter the opinions and conclusions. Didn't really streamline it, probably made it more a little deeper. Let's cut through the clutter. If you have a gas station that, as far as anybody knows, the underground storage tanks and all that's fine, there's no environmental, it's not on your state's list or federal list or anything, it's clean. I think the appraiser has to assume it's still clean today if it was clean yesterday, and to come up with a value, they've got to make that assumption. But obviously, if contamination was there, it would really change things. It's a critical assumption. It's an assumption that appears to be correct based on what we know today. Got to assume it to make the appraisal. So it's a very important assumption. Where we get into trouble is a hypothetical condition. You could even call it a hypothetical assumption, but the appraisers call it a hypothetical condition. This is where you assume something that is not what presently exists. That's all it is. So now you're appraising the same gas station. It's known to be contaminated, but you're appraising it to where it doesn't have any contamination. That's hypothetical, and maybe a bad hypothetical. Let's think of 2. Well, see if you can think of a hypothetical you frequently ask for. What are you doing when you ask the appraiser to do an as completed, as constructed appraisal? That's a hypothetical. It's something that doesn't exist, but that's a hypothetical you want. What if the zoning has to change, or this loan will never happen? So appraise this property with the zoning change and the different kind of building. That's probably a hypothetical you may want. Hypotheticals are not necessarily bad. You just have to understand what they're asking the appraiser to do. So some assumptions make sense, but you need to go through all of them, and maybe This is not your normal, this is not your usual or normal suspects. But it's these little things that can totally steer the rest of the appraisal. Maybe the cap rate's fine. Maybe the comps are fine. All the usual suspects are fine. But this is going to drive the conclusion a different way. Even something easy like least fee or fee simple can really steer the appraisal some interesting directions that you're not going to see if you immediately go to the comparables grid. Now, granted, and I'll be the first to admit, and residential appraisers tell me consistently, in a residential appraisal, Richard, the narrative and then the comparables grid and the narrative related to that comparables grid is really the whole thing. That's where every piece of it. If you're obsessing over other things, you're wasting your time. It's all the comp grid discussion and then the comp grid itself. That's 90% of the whole ball game. Interesting. Come to a commercial appraisal, equal focus, 90% of the ball game is probably going to be on the income approach to value because these are usually income producing properties. But those are our comfort zones. Those are the usual suspects. The unusual suspects are the assumptions and limiting conditions, as well as the property interests, and then highest and best use, which is one step away. Intervening step, another key appraisal basic, is the appraiser's discussion of the area and economic data. And the big two problems are currency, how current is the information, and then to what extent they can drill down to smaller geographic areas. Other than that, a lot of it, got to be careful where it comes from. A popular source of a lot of information is an area chamber of commerce or business development association. It's their job to promote the area, so you have to be careful. Sometimes those statistics paint the area in as positive a positive view as they can. So more objective sources are sometimes critical, and you got to look at recent trends. You can cite that house prices were this amount in 2010, and let's just say 2019 versus 2021. And you may miss the fact that most of that growth just happened in the last 6 months or a year. So you got to be careful. Recent trends. You can say house prices 2012 to 2022, maybe early next year. What's the 10-year growth rate? And most of that growth is probably going to happen in 2021 and 2022, given what's been happening in local markets. So that being said, and having mentioned a couple of times the issue of sameness of appraisals, the use of software, and you saw in the narrative third-party report the phrase cut and paste. This is one area where I think you're going to see some cut and paste and some similarity from report to report. If your property is in Lansing, Michigan, and it's an office property, and you compare that appraisal to another appraisal in Lansing, Michigan for apartments, so one's office, one's apartments, both those reports, even if it's different appraisers, are going to talk about the state of Michigan, the Lansing market, and a lot of general things before they get down to office and apartment. So this is maybe the one area in a report where you can tolerate some cut and paste or some cookie cutter sort of sameness, because you have to when you discuss things at a metro area level or a state level or even sometimes a regional level. So I mentioned that before we get to the third big not usual suspect, and that's highest and best use. And it's really, it's a tough one because there's four key areas. It's what's physically possible, what's legally permissible, what's financially feasible, and what gives you the maximum productivity or income. And it's interesting how much 1 and 2 influence 3. And then how much 1, 2, and how much 3 influences 4. They do kind of work together. And there's some good articles if you get out into appraiser publications on this one. This is an area, and I told you this morning, an appraiser early in my career said, Richard, this is where the whole thing starts. And I've heard that from other appraisers later. It's interesting how you hear some of these things. But what's physically possible has everything to do with the slope of the land, drainage. For certain larger commercial buildings, it's the ability of the soil to hold up and not crumple under all the weight of 30 stories or something like that, or the weight of the building. It's an engineering issue. So what's physically possible? Number 2, what's legally permissible has everything to do with zoning, building height restrictions that are in many communities, those types of things. So 1 and 2 go a long way towards what's financially feasible, because they certainly affect the costs. And then once you know what your costs are or what's feasible, what kind of building generates the maximum productivity or income? And you have to do it 2 ways. So not only do you have these 4 tricky items to work through as the appraiser, you have to work through all 4 as vacant and as improved. And vacant is a fill-in for you. So this is one area just to take you to 2 extremes. While I can say the area in economic data, you can tolerate some cookie cutter, some cut and paste, can't here. In fact, this should be one of the main sections of the report that has the biggest differential in depth. A more complex, higher value property should have a very, to use a popular regulator word, a very robust highest and best use discussion. Probably shouldn't be cookie cutter unless it's a very, very small property. So what's a good example of highest and best use? Maybe one of the most vivid ones does go back to the 2008-2009 housing downturn. Prior to that downturn, development in many of our metro markets is like today. It was out at the fringe areas. So suddenly farmland gets appraised and its highest and best use as improved is residential lots. Interesting. We go through the 2008-2009 housing downturn, and suddenly that same farmland in 2011 or 2012, highest and best use is not residential lots again. It's reverted back to farmland because suddenly development out in the fringes of our metro markets was pulling back. So it can be a very real issue in your market. It's just another one of those things, excuse me. If you see some results that you weren't anticipating in the report, maybe double check this. This can steer a lot of other things, different directions, and you're getting comps that have the rents look okay, the cap rates are fine, our normal things we're looking for, but we missed the highest and best use discussion. So let's talk about now approaches to value. And I've got maybe enough minutes before we take our first afternoon break to walk you through the cost approach. Then we'll spend our last hour together on the income approach and the sales comps. On the commercial side, and this is true for residential too, the top half of this slide, it's the estimate of the cost to reproduce the house or the building and the improvements. You estimate the depreciation, then you add the value of the land. Now, it gets a little more confusing on the commercial side, but on both sides, commercial and residential, you're making the assumption that why would someone pay more than what it would cost for them to build it on their own? And you can probably think of one exception. And you've probably had people and or businesses that need the space now and can't wait for it to be built. It's interesting, in the middle of the 2008, 2009 housing crisis, banks in my market actively were doing speculative houses in several specific moderate to upper income neighborhoods. Why? We were in the final stages of base realignment and closure via the U.S. Army that was sending 5,000 families to our metro area from either New Jersey or St. Louis, different markets where housing prices were higher. And the banks met with regulators and said, we're going to be doing spec houses because we've had surveys with half of these families that tell us the types of jobs they have. Our kids are already in middle school, and we're moving into a house. We don't have time to build a house. And regulators allowed it, shut off the spec when all that moving was finished. So, sometimes you can't wait to build something. Our business people have the same problem. That was a residential example, okay? But usually doesn't make sense to pay more for something than what you could build it for. So, and I'm not going to get today totally off on the hopefully temporary situation we have where construction costs are crazy. I don't have answers for that. I've asked in different markets, and there's different responses all over the country. If there's time towards the end, I'll be happy to answer your questions, but I wish I had the answers for that. But I've decided, whether it's pandemic, whether it's crazy lumber prices or whatever's going on, I've got to acknowledge those, but I've got to provide my training, particularly when it's a basics class like this, that will be populated mostly by people that are learning about appraisals. I need to teach you about appraisals, good times and bad. So here's the whole key. I get asked in programs, Richard, if you're just looking at an appraisal and you're about to go home, you got 5-10 minutes and you just want to look at it, you're going to dig into it tomorrow. Or you're working from home, you're about finished, you got something else you got to do, you're going to get to your normal, your not work life. You got 5 or 10 minutes to look at, you'll dig into it tomorrow morning. What are some things you'd look for? I would look quickly at the highest and best use. Just say, gee, is this enough? I mean, does this look like it's deep enough for this complicated property? Is this a good highest and best use? Now, I probably look at depreciation estimate and the cost approach pretty quickly. Then I probably look at the cap rate and some of that in the income approach. And here's the big variable, and this is the expertise and the control factor the appraiser has. Now, it's tricky because not only is it what you normally think about, the physical depreciation, and that's your fill-in. The wear and tear on the building. Appraisers are pretty good at that. Your lenders ought to be pretty good at it. Going out and looking at a building and you see, is the roof worn out? Things that are worn, okay? What gets harder is functional obsolescence. I've done training classes in many banks in more of a downtown area use their basement as the room for training, and nobody can get a cell signal all day long. That's a functional issue. I've been in a newer, brand new building, and you can see out the windows cell towers, and they still can't get good cell signals because of the glass thickness or something going on in the building. That's a functional issue. I've done training in rooms that have removable folding walls and drop ceilings with those removable tiles. Man, you can drop wires and do anything you want in there. That's a very functional space in some cases. You've got economic or locational obsolescence. I haven't encountered this yet in my travels to Michigan, but your neighbors to the south, Indiana. Indianapolis, I do work frequently with the Indiana Bankers Association. Indianapolis changed the entry, built a new airport adjacent to the existing airport, adjacent land, different interstate exit. And you want to see some buildings that don't have a locational reason to be. The gas stations and hotels at the old exit are dead. There's a new exit to get to the new, I guess, 6, 7, 8 years old Indianapolis airport. So you can have economic or locational obsolescence that are huge. This is our problem with construction prices today. Your appraiser's ability to pick up on things, and some things are changing very fast, even though the main thing they continue to use, and there's others, are electronic, regionalized. There's still always going to be a little bit of a lag time till they pick up on prices, or prices are ever changing. And it's, the cost approach is not required by USPAP, okay? But it's not used because it's a reliable indicator of value, even though it is. I mean, it's something that enters into the purchaser's decision. And it's not really there because they use it. It's really there. It's not required by USPAP. I mean, those 3 bullet points are partially true, except for the use being used by USPAP. It's just there because it's one of the big 3. It's a habit. So some tips. Number 1, from the commercial side, then we'll look at residential. Most of your cost approach in the commercial side has an economic life discussion. Is it 15? Is it 20? Is it 25 years? I think we do a poor job as lenders of letting that help us decide the amortization factor for the loan we're considering. We obsess over that when we do equipment loans. Some equipment justifies a 6 or 7 year payback period. Some it's 3 or 4. We lean heavily on the depreciation schedule or the estimated economic useful life. That whole concept kind of goes out the window when we do a building. I don't know why. And then in situations where you're doing construction, many of your banks have a policy that at certain loan sizes or certain types of projects, you're going to get an independent third party to review the budget and the plans and specs for construction feasibility. And you forget the fact that, well, your appraiser already did that. That's essentially what they're doing in the cost approach to value. Have you paid attention to which appraisers do a better job or not? I've seen some examples banks have shared with me. And there was a couple of our appraisers locally when I was a lender that the appraiser did a better job of their cost approach and their appraisal that was better and more detailed than what we paid a third party to do later. We just didn't think about it. I'm back to how can the appraisal be a contributor to the lending function rather than just a necessary evil and a bottleneck. So on the residential side, unless the property is being rented or is in a market with numerous rentals, the income approach doesn't provide a very reliable estimate of value. So you're left with the cost approach and the sales comps as your approaches to value. The cost approach is typically, here's your big issue in residential, and there tends to be more issues in estimating depreciation on the residential side. So newer homes, the cost approach is probably more helpful than older homes. But now you've got the issue of very unusual or wild swings in construction costs, whether it's lumber, whether it's paint, whether it's chips for appliances, all the different things. So when the cost approach is not used, on the residential side, it's still got to be considered. We've never had complete and limited on the residential side. It's really the commercial side. The elimination of that step, the cost approach, if they do that, they need to give you their rationale for its exclusion. It's an older home. It's got components. My office is in an older home that's got components that date back to the Civil War. And some of that, I don't know how you value that for replacement. How do you depreciate a fireplace that was retrofitted in the 1890s for coal. And that is a heat source. It's kind of unique. I don't know what you can do. So timed out pretty good there. We're right at 1:45. Let's take one more. Let's make it a little bit longer break, and we'll come back at 5 minutes prior to the hour. So that'll be 5 minutes prior to 2 o'clock. And we'll go through the last two sections on the income approach and our comparables. So let me type that in up here. Restart at 1:55. I got to get my time zones right. So I'm in the central time zone. So it's 12:55. Well, we'll restart at 12:55 my time, 1:55 your time, and do my best to get us out of here ahead of 3 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're on the home stretch and going to visit on the income approach. Going to spend a good bit of time on both of these, and then maybe not as much time on the comps, because that seems to be, in my experience, the strength and really one of the first things you learn to tackle in any sort of appraisal review, particularly on the residential side. On the commercial side, you've really got two formats you can use on the commercial side for the income approach. And what you commonly see is called direct capitalization. It's a single column of numbers, and the bottom cash flow number is capitalized with what's called a cap rate. And we'll talk briefly about cap rates. So it uses a lot of things we've already talked about, some we haven't. We haven't talked about what's a stabilization period. But you depending on the situation and disparities between contract rent rates and market rent rates, you'll have that discussion. And the appraiser is going to have to, really the bottom line for this entire approach is the appraiser needs to satisfy you when they pick a rental rate at the low or upper end of a market range, or even outside that range, and discuss the difference between the value given those leases. And there's also things that influence that. The length of the leases that are typically in place, et cetera. You've got to understand the appraiser is not necessarily focused on this owner, but what would a typical purchaser do? And that drives our comps as well, okay? So what is a forward vacancy rate? What are appropriate operating costs? Fortunately, the appraiser eliminates things like depreciation and intangible asset amortization that are non-cash expenses, just like we do when we do our underwriting as bankers. The appraiser doesn't always assume that there has to be a loan, so they don't automatically or usually do not put in interest expense. We exclude interest expense because we're trying to get the before loan payment cash flow. The appraiser is just getting cash flow. And so they have a couple of expense items that are tricky to deal with, particularly replacement or maintenance reserves. But they get a typical year that they capitalize. The year may not exactly be 2021. It may not be 2022. It may not even actually be 2023. In reality, it could be any of those 3 years. So coming up with the cash flow has some basic steps. And it all starts with the maximum top line income, no vacancy, nobody paying rent late. And the only way you get that is looking at the property's rent roll or building your own chart. Then you've got to figure out what's tricky is what vacancy factor to use. And bankers and appraisers pay a lot of attention to the historical rate of vacancy, which is a little bit tricky, particularly if you're using tax return documents, because the primary tax return document that we typically work from in commercial properties does not have anything for gross potential rents. It has something called gross rents, but that something is the after vacancy number. So here's a chart that sort of summarizes that. We usually work backwards to determine historical vacancy, and it works this way. We get the customer data for this gross potential income. Some people call it gross potential rents. It's not in the tax return. Then we can go to the tax return and take something that's called gross rents on Form 8825, which is really gross effective income. And if we have those two numbers, we can work the math backwards, so to speak, and figure out the vacancy for the period of time, which is usually a year, which is usually much more helpful than, well, 10% of the space is vacant today. Well, What about over time is usually a much more helpful thing to understand. So that's a difficult step if nobody's explained it to you. And then you now have the issue of what vacancy do you underwrite with. We've got historical now. You know, we've gone through this backwards math exercise to get historical vacancy. Now, how do we figure out what vacancy to do direct capitalization with? And the appraisal is going to use the historical analysis with market conditions. And my chart I'm going to walk you through in just a few minutes calls it a pro forma. And, you know, banks also have to deal with guidelines that our organizations have come up with over time that says, you know, in this market, we want to make sure we want to also consider our desired minimum of 10% or 5% for that type of property in that type of market. Then we've got other complicating factors and a little bit of note taking by you, and that is you got to be careful of economic vacancy. That's a tricky factor as well. That's situations where the tenant is there, but late or no payment, or they're not making payments because there's an eviction moratorium, or to keep the tenant in place, the landlord's granted a significant rent concession. Everybody pretty much gets the other one, physical. Economic is your fill-in. So that's one of the reasons the appraiser calls this factor vacancy and credit loss. It's not just physical vacancy, it's also the very critical economic vacancy, which it's a concept we're aware of today. In good times, we lose sight of the fact that you can have tenants in place and they're not paying rent. And this was a big problem in the 2008, 2009, 2010 downturn. So we talked about stabilization earlier, another fill-in for you at the bottom of page 13. Property is stabilized when it reaches market occupancy levels. So if market vacancy is 10%, you're stabilized at 90%. So the appraisal can help you in what is market vacancy and at what level is the property considered stabilized for market purposes? How long, given supply and property or space absorption rates, will it take to get there? And then, you know, this is an interesting thing that's popped up in Manhattan if you're sort of tracking some of the national media. A couple of weekends ago, JP Morgan Chase unleashed 70,000 square feet of subleasing space in New York City. That's a big number. I don't care how big your city is. And so, you know, we've got newly empty or spaces where tenants are trying to sublease that can tremendously affect stabilization. And there are several, at least according to what I'm reading, there are several very large office complex type properties set to come online in New York in the next year or so that are going to have to compete with all this subleasing space. So these are things the appraiser has to discuss. The appraiser is typically going to put in a management fee. Banks do it too. You have a slide about that at the top of page 14. The idea is more from the appraiser standpoint. Would a typical property owner for this type of property in this market engage a management company? And it has nothing to do with is the current property owner engaging a management company. That doesn't matter. What matters is, would a typical customer do that? So usually they're going to put in a management fee. There is an economic cost to managing a complicated commercial property. The maintenance reserve is discussed at the bottom of page 14, or sometimes called reserves for replacement. Some appraisers call it a capital reserve. This is an ongoing amount of money that really estimates the average over time. And the problem is, if you look at these slides, and I'm just going to summarize them for you in the interest of time, the problem is maintenance costs and the next category, release and rollover costs, come in clumps. The year you put on the roof or repave the parking lot or some of the larger components, it's a big number, and then you don't do it again for 3 or 4 years. So it's a roller coaster if you want to think about it that way. So the appraiser's challenge is to smooth that out into what, if I could break it up over 10 or 15 years, that huge cost, what would it cost? And sort of average it out. And here's where you frequently have appraisers and bankers use time-tested rules of thumb. They tend to be different from market to market. That's why I'm not going to offer you any. They're very different from market to market and from property type to property type. So what I suggest is to become a student of your appraisers, your own bank team, if you have some, and just kind of get dialed into the rules of thumb they use. It can be amount per square foot, per bed, per door, a lot of different ways you can do it. You've got release and the whole point on the slide that has historical maintenance and repair costs is that some of those can be hidden in the customer's financial statements and show up the same way companies buy equipment as a capitalized expense, meaning the cost of the roof becomes a fixed asset and gets depreciated later. So you don't really see it as an expense item on Form 8825. The release and rollover expense, that's your tenant lease, your lease commissions to get new tenants if in your market it's customary to use a leasing agent. It's also some minor tenant improvements to get them in space. And so those costs tend to come in clumps or roller coaster as well. Think of a office building that opened 5 years ago, and most of the tenants were on 5-year leases. They haven't had any lease commissions or tenant improvements in 5 years. Then suddenly they have to do it, let's say 3 spaces out of 10 are leased to new tenants, and suddenly you've got leasing commissions and tenant improvements that you haven't seen in the last 4 years on their Form 8825 or their numbers. So this is another candidate to have an annualized reserve. It's usually smaller than the maintenance and repair reserve. And it can be, again, a lot of different rules of thumb. So you get a resulting bottom line profit number or cash flow number that's similar to, in most cases, like what you see in a tax return. It's just done on a dollar basis. For some of you that may be in some of our larger markets in the state, and this is different. It's not a uniform thing at all just because you're in a large market, but in many large markets, there's a preference to do these kinds of numbers on a per square foot basis. And the appraiser is usually done. Now, our conundrum in banking is sometimes we have things that affect cash flow that really don't affect the property's value, like the taxes that the customer pays and the money they distribute to themselves to cover taxes. That's probably not affecting property value, but it's going to affect how we do a debt coverage and how we look at getting our loan repaid. Probably don't help with assessing the value of the property. So that's why some lenders have a secondary cash flow number that brings in the unusual things your customer's doing that other customers probably wouldn't do. And remember, the appraiser has to take the view of those other customers. Who is a typical purchaser? So let me walk you through a quick set of numbers just to show you how this works. And it's built around a loan, and I use this example in different commercial real estate classes, whether it's appraisals, whether it's underwriting. So let's say you have a loan. It's $875. Appraisal was ordered and received, and you're reviewing it. Appraiser's market vacancy estimate is 10%. And for ease calculation, we use a 10% cap rate at the appropriate place. We're not going to worry about a debt coverage or any of that. So one of the first things we have to do is do gross potential income. So it's a smaller, older property, like the example I gave you earlier, rents are not all that current, a little bit slow and low. Wouldn't it be nice to get an apartment for $400 a month? And we're going to look at 1 year of history and do this pro forma NOI, this utilization column. Then we use a 10% cap rate mainly because the math is easy for us that live in Alabama. That's a joke. So you build the gross potential rents, total possible annual rents in these 5 buildings. You see that chart at the bottom of page 17. Then we go to the tax return and we insert that gross potential income at the top of the 2000 XX column. And assuming there hasn't been a change in the rents, and this is something the appraiser would have to discuss with you. The customer is currently in the process of raising rents. It's working. They're staying full. There's market acceptance of the new rental rate. Therefore, your appraiser may use a higher number in their single column of data. We go to the tax return to get history. Your appraiser would too. Your appraiser is probably, and I would say almost all of the time, the appraiser is not going to show you this. This is what the appraiser is going to show you. But I'm showing you what's sort of going on in the background that's helping the appraiser get to here. So the appraiser can go to the tax return, and the 164,600 is the top line number. It says gross rents on form 8825. That's really gross effective income. Go to the earlier chart. So now we can do the backwards math and see that there's not much vacancy. It's less than 2%. It's a very small number. So we have this question now. What to put out here? What's going on in the market? Market's 10. What's happening with the customer? It's 1.3. It's equally low if we go back a couple more years, earlier years. What do we put out there? And there's all kind of factors that would influence that. What are some new projects coming on? Has a major employer closed or opened? A lot of factors the appraiser would discuss. To give us a number so I can move on and just show you how this works. Let's say the appraiser feels like this property continues to perform better than market. There's no huge factors other than that. But because the market's considerably higher, these are some older apartments. Maybe it's more fair to be closer to 10 than the 2%. Again, it really matters. The appraiser is going to, with sometimes 1 or 2 or 3 sentences, going to have to convince you why this is the most appropriate number. So notice we have a management fee put in there. And that's typical. Usually the owner, if it's typical for owners of apartments like this to either have an on-site manager or a staff person or something that costs them money, you're going to see the management fee, even though the customer is self-managing. What matters more is what's going on in the market practice. The customer has spent a good bit of money the last year over and above any threshold or rule of thumb you'd normally have. So now we've got another, and plus some of it was capitalized. So now you have a great big question. What do you put out there? What would a typical year of maintenance, if you could smooth it all out, typically be? And the appraiser talks to the current owner and they say, oh, well, we've been replacing roofs for a couple years. The roofs are a big component of these small, short buildings. So the appraiser is going to give you a number that they need to justify. Maybe it's 14, maybe it's 13. They've got to work it out for you. Some of you do a metric in your underwriting of $300 per bedroom or something. This comes out pretty close to that sometimes when someone in a class does it that way. Your appraiser may have a time-tested rule of thumb that works here. They've got to explain it to you. And then that's where your knowledge and experience and, again, build a database, whatever you want to call it, and being aware of these metrics can be very, very helpful. Then you've got all these other operating expenses. These are the general categories that get broken out, not all of them. Many of you in your underwriting lump all the expenses, all these other expenses together, excluding depreciation and interest. Sometimes the appraisers do too. There's all kinds of rules of thumb for these. But you come up with, and again, behind the scenes, the appraiser is usually aware of what's going on in reality, but this is what you see in the report, even though these numbers help drive this. So with a higher vacancy, adding in a management fee, we've got a cash flow that a potential purchaser would experience more than likely. That's a little bit lower. Main difference is the management fee. If we capitalize it at 10%, the property is worth $1,114,000. 78% loan to value. If we capitalize it at 11%, look what happens. Property value goes down. Very important inverse relationship. Cap rates up, property values down. So how do we make sense of this? And which cap rate is correct, that type of thing. I just use 10%. It's an easy number. The math is easy. We haven't done a debt coverage. There might be some other cash flows that would not affect a market participant. Let me give you an example of one. The management fee. In a lot of markets, it tends to be 4, 5, 6% or somewhere in that range. What if your customer is actually paying an 11% management fee back here? Someone purchasing the property that engages a management company and pays 5% would probably take these same numbers, take the 11% and change it to 5. But guess what? If you're financing this property and they've got that 11% management fee in there, you got to deal with the debt coverage. It doesn't affect your value. It affects the ability for that customer to pay on a loan. So typically what your appraiser does is a market view. Now, one more question before we talk about cap rates. I got asked in a program a couple years ago. Richard went, okay, I see the income approach to value. I see the pro forma column. Explain to me why. Now, this was a real case and I rounded everything. But other than that, explain to me why when we get our first set of numbers from the customer, they're nowhere near what the appraiser did in the income approach to value. And my answer was the numbers the customer, the actual numbers the customer experiences should probably never be all that close to the income approach to value, because we had those capital reserves and release and rollover reserves, estimated a vacancy, so many more things. I mean, the real numbers are going to be different. We're looking at a typical year that can represent multiple years and sort of averages and smooths things out. You have got to expect to see different numbers when you get the real numbers from the customer. So let's talk about the cap rate. We have 3 approaches to value in an appraisal. In the income approach to value, I've mentioned 2 formats. We're looking at the first format right now, direct capitalization. So 3 approaches to value. Within the income approach to value, there's 2 formats. Within the format that we call, of the 2 formats, direct capitalization, are you not surprised that there's multiple ways the appraiser can come up with a cap rate? Perhaps most dominant that you're seeing in your appraisals, at least with what's shared with me and discussed in my programs, is market extraction. Meaning, it's a fancy way of saying comps. Also popular are websites and data sources. A fancy way of saying that, market/investor surveys. More academic, your other fill-in is bands of investment. About the only way I know to explain how and why cap rates do what they do. Cap rate up, property value down. So it really is this weighted average chart. And I can get you close to a 10% cap rate for Smith Apartments. I've got to make some faulty assumptions because we're not seeing cap rates as high as 10. What does Richard mean by these faulty assumptions? I've got to assume that the loan is pretty close, is somewhere in the 7% range, and that investors are demanding a 20% return on apartments. And both of those are very false in today's world. So let's look at the rest of this weighted average chart. Now, we have to remember the appraiser is trying to determine what a new purchaser would pay. And we're actually dealing with a new purchaser, a new 875 loan. So, 80-20 makes sense. But even if Smith Apartments was 10 years down the road and a 50% loan to value, you would still see a loan to value setup that mimics what a new purchaser would get. So if 85-15 makes more sense than 80-20, it'll be in this chart. If banks are more doing 75-25, and believe me, appraisers have enough discussions with bankers and borrowers, they have an idea what banks are doing, whether it's 75-25, 80-20, 85-15. So that takes care of that first column. The second column is the actual cost factor. The loan cost factor is really called a mortgage constant. There's a way you can calculate it if it's your own customer. If it's not your own customer, you got to know the exact loan payment terms and things. So a shortcut has always been, and a lot of bankers use it, and appraisers do, what would be a typical fixed rate offered to this customer and round up a little. That gets you very, very close. So an 8% shortcut implies probably a 7% loan rate, which is way over and above what any of your banks are charging today. And then 20% is the minimum return a typical investor would require to put down a 20% down payment for Smith Apartments. We've established that Smith Apartments is close to $1,114,000. So a 20% down payment is somewhere a little bit above $200,000, right? So how high at a minimum does that return have to be to get you or me or a typical investor to cash in a $200,000 CD to buy Smith Apartments? And rates are so low everywhere, every kind of investment right now. I don't think it takes a minimum of 20. Yeah, I'd love to get 20. You would too. The bigger question is, what's the minimum? Risk adjusted. I mean, you can get 1%, 1.5% for a U.S. Treasury. Maybe if you get lucky and catch a special, 1% for a CD. But how much more would it take because of the extra risk of some apartments to some crazy people in Alabama? How much more of a return do you want? And that's a joke. We're not all crazy in Alabama. How much more return would it require to invest in the Smith Apartments? That's, the risk return trade-off. CDs and U.S. Treasuries are fairly safe, so you'll take a lower return. How much more do you need to put your money into Smith Apartments? And I don't think it's as high as 20. So I have a hard time getting you to a 10.4 cap rate. Now, it's interesting, a lot of your appraisers now, this is another thing I'm tending to see more and more of. A lot of appraisers, because it is a weighted average of sorts, I'm seeing more and more appraisers call it the overall rate, because there sometimes is confusion with this 20%, and in your borrower saying, hey, that's my cap rate. No, the 20% is not your cap rate. The cap rate's a blended overall return. The 20% is the return you want on your, it's sometimes called the equity dividend return. So let's say for a moment, let's wave a magic wand and say that 8% and 20% are good numbers. Loans are in the 7s, and investors in this kind of property are demanding a 20% return on their down payment. Move Smith Apartments to Detroit or Chicago or somewhere, and watch the 8% and the 20% go down, and watch the cap rate go down. That's the whole point of this slide, is that some of your larger properties in larger markets get more financing. It's 90-10. Notice that, at a cheaper rate. Loans probably in the upper 5s or low 6s. And because it's a less risky project, the equity investors demand a lower minimum return. So what does this do for you? I think number one, it helps you understand how cap rates respond to what's going on in the economy, market forces. Interest rates up, cap rates probably going up. Interest rates going up, a risk-free return on treasuries and certificates of deposits probably going up. So the equity dividend, the investor minimum is probably going up. These larger investment grade projects that tend to have lower cap rates, they also dominate these websites and things, are going to be lower cap rates. So be careful where you see published cap rate data. And you can actually work your way backwards through this chart format to figure out where projects are in your market. In one of the banking schools, it was GSB, Wisconsin. Stephanie mentioned Madison this morning. A couple years ago, doing a class on appraisals, commercial real estate underwriting and appraisals. A participant from Springfield, Missouri, had a recent. I said, let's work this thing backwards. How can we do it? Well, we had a deal. Bank didn't get it, but saw the appraisal at 6%, 6.5% cap rate was what came up on the appraisal. Great. What financing or what were most of the banks quoting? It was 80-20. So here we go. What was the loan rate? This is a couple years ago. Wish you could get loans in the 5s, but the loan rate that won the deal and seemed to be close to what a lot of other banks were bidding, including this bank, 5.5. So we say, okay, let's do the shortcut 6%. We get 4.5 across the top. We can now solve for 1.7. And we're trying to figure out where our investors are. We're trying to figure out this number. And we can work the math backwards, and the math said 8.5. Move the cap rate from 10% to 8.5, and look how much Smith Apartments goes up in value. It's huge. And that's, I don't know that I can support, well, it's a 6.5% cap rate. Go from a 10% cap rate to 6.5, you get a tremendous I'm having trouble with PowerPoint. Give me a moment. You go from 10% to 6.5. You get a tremendous increase in value from 1.1 million to 1.7. And would investors in Springfield, Missouri, not a huge market, but not a tiny market, demand 8.5% versus back then maybe a 2% CD? That's not that unreasonable. Maybe it's 8, maybe it's 9, but that's a more reasonable concept. And we are in a lot of markets seeing record low cap rates, mainly because of record low interest rates. but risk is still a factor. And so all I can say is you're probably seeing something like a group of comps. What are some apartments like Smith Apartments? Let's look at what they sold for. Let's look at their cash flow and what is the built-in cap rate. Solve for the cap rate. And the appraiser is going to have to combine that market extraction with something like bands of investment and just explain and rationalize for you where the cap rate came from. So for a number of years, the Wall Street Journal had a chart, orange and blue, showing office and apartment cap rates. Did this for a number of years. And you notice that office properties consistently have a higher cap rate, mainly because probably a higher investor return minimum. Office has typically been viewed as a little more risky than apartments. And in May of 2012, Wall Street Journal quit printing that nice little chart for Richard. You said that Richard liked to use in my classes. So what's been going on? All this time that property values are going up, cap rates are going down. Then we have our problem. Property values go down, cap rates shoot up. And then cap rates level out because the Fed commits in 2010, 2011 to keep rates steady, similar to what they're trying to do now. So after a while, and due to the next slide, I decided, well, let's go to the source of all this data, Real Capital Analytics, and let's go to their website, March of 2016. 20 largest markets in the country. And then look at the fine print at the bottom. You see it. All property types, deals valued 10 million plus under contract or closed in the last 12 months. I don't know how many of you routinely, regularly do commercial real estate projects 10 million and higher. You probably got some, but are you regularly doing that? And look at, when you go to the top of this chart, how much lower the cap rates are. I talked about large markets. I talked about being cautious with published data because it tends to be overly influenced by large market transactions. We'll go to the next slide. Why did Richard pick March of 2016? Another interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal that says large property cap rates will mirror the BBB bond yield. Now, they said BBB, they graphed out BAA. I had to go to my bond cheat list. Those are the same rating, just different agencies. BBB is what Standard & Poor's and Fitch use. BAA is the same rating, just Moody's calls it something else. So where's that rate right now? Last week it was 3.18. I don't know if long-term is 5 years, 7 years. They don't say, but they quote a long-term average of 7.12. And look how it's come down since May. Even though May went up back to where it was a year ago, more like 3.5. And then you go back even further to 2018, it's 5. Another way to think about cap rates. One more that came out back in July. BlackRock, one of the largest investment firms in the world, says the average cap rate's about 3% or 300 basis points above the 10-year Treasury. Who am I to argue with BlackRock? But Treasuries, bond yields, all these things are at record lows. So are you surprised that cap rates are at low levels right now? So hopefully that'll help you when it comes to cap rates. We have another commercial option other than direct capitalization. It's called discounted cash flow. It's usually used for subdivisions. That's what this slide discusses. It can be used in a rental situation when you have extreme variations in rental rates that you know about in the next few years, extreme variations in expense levels that you already know about, and you end up with a chart that's usually in vertical columns, not horizontal rows, where you look at individual years and look at individual expenses and revenue, and you use a present value factor. It's usually a higher number than you think, because many times that present value factor or time value of money factor builds in an entrepreneurial profit. And all the models I've ever seen, if it's an income producing property, assume the property is sold after 5 years, whether that's realistic or not, mainly because it's hard to project things out more than 4 or 5 years. And so you take that last year of cash flow and capitalize it the way we did with Smith Apartments in that 1 year, and add that to the stream of discounted cash flow from running the property to get a present value of the property. On the residential side, and this will be quick because we're running a little bit out of time, unless we've seen this before, unless a property is being rented or it's in a neighborhood with a lot of rentals, you're probably not going to get the income approach. So, the big question the appraiser has to answer, and it's subjective, is, are there numerous rentals in this area? If numerous, then I don't know why they're doing the 1004. Many of them do. And they'll just give you gross rents multiplier. I really think what might be more appropriate is to get them to fill out the Fannie Mae Form 216, of which you have an example on page 26 of your materials. What is the gross rents multiplier? Your first example is a situation where the appraiser can't say numerous, that this property isn't being rented, and there's not numerous rentals. And so you may see wording like this: properties within the subject neighborhood are typically owner occupied. There's insufficient rental data available with which to support the rental analysis, and they just don't do it. If you do have a preponderance of rental properties, you see the estimated monthly rent and the gross rents multiplier, or gross rent multiplier, of 115 to get 92,000. Market rent for 3-bedroom, 2-bath with double garage for this area of any town is $800 per month. 115 is considered a good rent multiplier at this time. The 1004 report doesn't give you a lot of space to say much else, but if you have a rental property and the appraiser, you could put this in easily in an engagement letter. Say, if you determine that the income approach is appropriate, give us an attachment or something. We'd like a little more discussion on how you came up with the GRM. I think that's fair game. And the beauty of gross rents multiplier is, if you've got 2 or 3 customers that have single family rentals, they probably have a lot of them. So you've got a lot of appraised values, the square footage, or the monthly rent, and there's ways you can build a database, and you're constantly getting new appraisals in. You can sort by some sort of geographic code, and you should be able to have an idea of the total property values in a portfolio of loans pretty easily. Seems like it wouldn't be hard to do. And obviously, you're going to have to adjust individual properties for things you can't capture just by being 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. Then the operating income example is on page 26. This is a completed example that an appraiser shared with me. It's Form 216. I don't see it used that much. Bankers in my programs don't see it being used very much. Appraisers I've talked to say they don't get requests for it very much. It is part of the Form 1025 Small Residential Income Property Appraisal, which is another tool you can look at and work with. In some markets, appraisers may prefer to do that. It's sometimes used for a homeowner that's applying for a mortgage that has rental properties of their own. And you see the features where the applicant, the lender, and the appraiser fill out some data. They get actual operating data, and they include some replacement reserves, much like we did in the Smith Apartments case. Catch my breath. And we'll finish up with comps. It's always the quickest because it's going to be your strength. That's where everybody tends to start. Why would you pay more for a property? You can get something identical. And so what the first thing an appraiser does is array the data. Where do they get it from? They talk to you about that. Price adjust to the subject to make them equal. And then pick your key value indicator, which on the commercial side can be kind of a tricky thing to do. So obvious questions that the narrative under the adjustment grid for residential needs to explain. In so many residential areas, price per square foot dominates, but I have to bring in commercial. And you've got all these different things that might drive property prices more than just per square foot. And then on the commercial side, I'm going to circle this. I would invite you to circle it in your notes. Reasonable proximity or competitive market. And that to me is my parting thought on comps in a few minutes. The biggest difference between residential and commercial is these things I circled at the bottom. We sometimes let the residential overwhelm us, and we try to get residential quality of commercial comps, and you're not going to do it. There's just not enough properties to get you those kinds of things. So I have two charts for you in here. The first one comes from a USPAP oriented article. It just says, hey, here's how they work. This is over simple. It's going to be industrial warehouse. Why? Because you have finished area versus total area. That's how industrial warehouse works. You got a subject and three comps. Step one, according to the article, the appraiser arrays the data. And you see some bracketing going on. I've got one bigger, I've got one smaller. That's all bracketing is. Bracketing is just an effort that if all my comps are one-sided, on one side of the main road or the other, larger or smaller, I got to find one on the other side just to make sure I'm not missing anything. That's really the concept of bracketing. And you've got something I'll tell you in a moment. Every one of these comps has a big flaw. One's old, one's too large, one's too small. Sounds like Goldilocks, right? Nothing's just right. Well, comp number one is about as close as you can get. So, hard to come up with comps on the commercial side. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Step one, array the data. Then you adjust and the subject disappears. And you get the fun thing that drives you crazy, drove me crazy all those years, still does. Similar, inferior, superior, all that wording. And then the article just says, hey, number one's most comparable physically. Let's assume some price appreciation since it's sold, and we'll base our estimate on that. It's proposed in a USPAP article as about as simple as it gets. Not a very expensive property in most markets. So let's pick this apart and let me give you a real example, and we'll be done for the afternoon. I get asked, Richard, what do you look at real quickly in an appraisal? And, on the cost approach, I'm looking at that depreciation estimate, estimated useful life at the same time, Go to the income approach. I'm probably first focusing on the cap rate. Go to sales comps. I want to make sure they don't just round up all the time. I think we learned in 08, 09, property prices don't always go up. We're in another environment where we're starting to think again, property prices do nothing but go up. Look at this example from 2004, not even any of the dates I just talked about. A bank building in downtown Jacksonville, Florida was built for $76 million, sold to the hospital company for $32 million, then was sold to another owner. The newspaper article didn't disclose it, $16 million. Just because a lot of time passed, did we get an increase in value? I don't think so. So watch for that. So this is an older appraisal, 2015, but a very competent appraiser in my market. Very nice office building. It's just a different property for where it sits. It sits in it is one of the best locations you could ask to have your your office building. Problem is it's surrounded by one-story dental orthodontics, optometrist offices that look like houses. This is a just beautiful 4 or 5 story building. It's awesome. I have one of my C&I, one of my operating customers as a lender even in this building. Awesome building. This is a more recent appraisal. I don't think my customer was still in the building. It was mainly because they had grown and had to move. But this building is 4 or 5 times the value of what we just looked at, and you see 4 or 5 times more of the work. But there's a significant flaw with every one of these comps. Significant enough that on the residential side, you wouldn't accept this. On the commercial side, you better. One of the comps is in Birmingham. Turns out is the one comp that's closest in size. Remember, I told you this building's kind of odd size for where it is, but it's awesome location. And it has always stayed rented. Location. But a hard comp. Notice that the subject building's general office. The one comp that's closest physically is medical office. Flaw. Birmingham, medical office. You've got it's a multi-tenant building in a single tenant world, the little neighborhood it's in. Where's your other multi-tenant? Yeah, it's the giant 120,000 square foot property. So you know what Richard says? Richard says on the commercial side, comparables are an exercise in compromise. Just about every comp you can get on the commercial side is going to have a severe problem. And the problem is there's not as many of them as residential. You cannot get the close fit we demand on residential. There's more price adjustments and it's exact dollars, not just percents. And really the market conditions in time is really the only adjustment in these. No difference in leased fee, fee simple, financing terms, conditions of sale. And then you see the same, similar, inferiors, and here's where residential does you a service. You probably want to limit these to no more than 20% or 25% on an individual row. And then at that bottom total percent adjustment, no more than 50%, very similar to what we do on the residential side, but probably slightly higher tolerances. And guess what? This is a lot of words, but let me go ahead and just tell you. In a couple of these numbers, the appraiser rounded down. I give them applause. They didn't assumptively round up because time had passed. And it's okay to come up with ranges. So I leave you with the key factor in selecting comps. I think we're guilty as an industry of, because of what we've gone through on the residential side, we carry that with us too much to the commercial side. Before you worry about proximity, physical size, recentness of transaction, which are everything in residential, you first have to ask who's a typical buyer. This is an important thing. I'm breaking all kinds of training rules. You're not supposed to read slides, but this is an important statement. Appraisers are observers of buyers' actions, and they've got to say who is a typical buyer. That underpins all the remaining steps. It's not the usual suspect. It limits properties that truly compete. Think of a giant apartment complex, much larger than Smith Apartments. That's probably a regional player, sometimes a national player. Guess what? Back to that example I just showed you where the Birmingham comp, 100 miles away, is a glaring fault? Maybe not. There are plenty of investors in Nashville, 100 miles to the north, and Birmingham, 100 miles to the south, that would easily buy that building that you saw the comp grid on. In that respect, that is an appropriate comp. You would never do that residential. This is a totally different ball game. One of the places we have to really separate from what we do on residential. The whole comp game is very different, and it centers around who is a typical buyer. So, no surprise. On the residential side, comps are going to drive everything, unless it's a rental property. When now you're going to switch probably more to the income approach. On most of your commercial, if it's income producing, same thing, income approach. If it's the steel pipe manufacturing plant for the steel pipe company, it's probably going to be comps together with the cost approach, same thing. So the whole key is more on the commercial side. Can the appraiser justify? They're never going to, I've not seen, maybe once they did outright percentages in their reconciliation. Usually they don't, but you can tell from their verbiage what dominated the result they came up from. And again, is it reasonable? Is it supportable? So guess what? You can see that last slide. I'm really out of time because you gave us a little bit shorter lunch break. And if Stephanie's handy there in Michigan, I didn't know if she had anything to finish up with us on. Is there some way for our participants to take a survey? What can we do? Are you there? I see you there at the podium. There you are.
Sorry, I was on the other side of the room. Thank you for today. Thanks, everyone. Let's see. I'd be happy to share your contact information if that's okay as well. Yes, I'll send out a Survey Monkey, but if anyone wanted to follow up with Richard, I know when you're in in-person class, we always have a lot of people that will approach the speaker afterward and ask some individual questions. So I'll share Richard's email with everyone when I send.
That's fine. And let me go ahead and admit on a lot of these appraisal questions, you're asking me an opinion on a situation that I don't know, without giving me the whole credit file, it's hard to tell you, but I'll weigh in. I'll be happy to help if I can. We've got a minute if you want to ask a question now, if you want to unmute, but I'll let Stephanie finish hers. I did enjoy working with everybody. I know it's a long day. It's a Monday, so I'll be quiet and let her finish us up.
No worries. I just want to remind you that I'll export the recording and send that over as well. And then just please respond if there are any other topics, any training areas that we can assist you with. I'm happy to find something that we have scheduled coming up or get something scheduled that's not on our books already. So appreciate your feedback there too. So great. All right.
I don't see any questions, so I'm gonna let everybody get to the finish of their Monday. Thanks again for having me. And I look forward to working with everybody, if not with Michigan bankers in an upcoming in-person program. Maybe I can encounter you at some of the GSB programs that MBA helps sponsor. Thank you, everybody. Have a great finish to your Monday. You too, Stephanie.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Richard. Take care.